There has been a serious escalation in military tensions between India and Pakistan, provoked by Pakistan after India thwarted an attempt by Pakistan to launch missiles and drones at military targets at a series of Indian cities, including where I'm sitting right now on the outskirts of Amritsar in Punjab. In fact, Punjab's cities and towns faced the maximum onslaught of this attempted attack by Pakistan last night when citizens of Amritsar, Jalandhar, Bhatinda were calling me and calling other colleagues in the media, and they were talking about hearing explosions and seeing balls of orange fire in the sky. At that time, it was not clear what had happened, and in fact, all the residents were told that there was a drill on and they should stay at home and not panic. And of course, we didn't report anything either because we did not want to speculate given the sensitivity of what is unfolding. These images now have an explanation. What was happening through the night was an attempt by Pakistan to quote unquote engage military targets. And what we have seen happen after that is an extraordinary and a remarkable moment. What we have seen take place after that, after India's air defense was successfully able to thwart that attack, is that India has actually targeted and hit air defense systems and radars in Pakistan in the cities of Lahore, Rawalpindi, Karachi, and Sialkot. Let me actually show you now the images of Lahore. Lahore woke up to these white clouds of smoke in their skyline and to a sound of explosions. We had people on social media who shared videos of panicked Lahoris running out of the streets, wondering what had happened. Bomb disposal squads were deployed, and it was not immediately clear as to what had happened. But again, now we know. And what we know is this. After India was able to foil that attempt by Pakistan to inflict missiles and drones on a series of cities and towns in Punjab, J&K, and off on the western border, India hit back and hit hard, neutralizing an air defense system in Lahore and also hitting air defense systems and radars, as I mentioned, in Sialkot, in Rawalpindi, which is the seat, which is the general headquarters of the Pakistan Army, and Karachi. Now, India has stressed that it had to do this because Pakistan was attempting to engage military targets in a multitude of cities. India has reinforced the intention that India has to be non-escalatory, but India has retained the right to retaliate if Pakistan continues to escalate. The images you're seeing is of a projectile that fell from Pakistan firing, and this is in a border village near Amritsar. I am at this moment sitting on the outskirts of Amritsar because in many ways, while earlier we were on the ground in Kashmir, there is now a sense that Punjab is emerging as the new frontier of conflict and increasing tensions between India and Pakistan. And there's a reason for this. And the reason is that Operation Sindoor hit the Pakistanis where it hurts. Lashkar and Jaish terror bases in Pakistan, Punjab. Remember, Pakistan's Punjab dominates its army, its politics, and its resources, and it was hugely and massively humiliating for the Pakistan army. And there seems to be a sense that alongside the heavy shelling at the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir, there is now a very clear attempt, and there was a very clear attempt made last night to actually target cities and towns in other parts of India, in particular Punjab, including, and I mentioned this because it enraged India a great deal, including Amritsar, which of course, as we know, is a sacred city for millions of Indians. It is the seat of the Darbar Sahib, and that, I was told by a source, particularly made the military and the government furious. Now, to understand what might happen after this, we are at a precarious point. As I mentioned, this is moved up the escalatory ladder I want to introduce our guests on the program today. We are on the ground on the outskirts of Amritsar. Amritsar has seen, as I mentioned, orange balls of fire and explosions last night. People were assuaged and told it was a drill, and now we know the reality. It was Pakistan trying to attack with missiles and drones, an attack that was neutralized and thwarted by the Indian air defense system, and India has hit back hard in Lahore, Karachi, Rawalpindi, and Sialkot. Joining me is Air Marshal Sunil Nandonkar. Welcome to the program, sir. It's good to see you here. Kushal Mehra, political analyst, strategic affairs commentator, is with us, and a podcast host, of course. Kushal, good to see you. And veteran diplomat, Ambassador Manjeev Puri, is with us as well. Good to see you as well. I want to get first comments now from all of you. I'll play the official statement from the Government of India briefing as well. But you know, I was up all night because I kept getting phone calls. I was in Chandigarh, and from Chandigarh we've driven to Amritsar, and we kept getting phone calls from people saying, "Yahan kya ho raha hai?" We're hearing explosions and so on, and then they were told that it's a drill. But of course, now we know what was happening. Now, and we've hit back hard. Air Marshal, I want you to come in on the import of what's happened. The fact that the air defense system in Lahore has been neutralized. The fact that our air defense system has targeted radars and systems in Pakistan, in cities as far as Karachi, in Rawalpindi, which is the seat of the Pakistan army, and in Sialkot. What is the import of this? It is obviously up the escalatory ladder, but what is the import of what has just happened, sir? Air Marshal.
Thank you, Barkha. And like you rightly said, that the things have been escalated by Pakistan in the last 24 to 48 hours, and this was expected. That once we have taken on 9 of their targets, which were feeding everything related to terrorists in our country. So Pakistan taking action was expected, and that is why Indian Air Force and the Indian Army and Indian Navy was completely prepared to take on and defend our country in best possible way. And all these targets that you just mentioned, I don't want to repeat all the names. These targets, we have been very categorically tracking them. We are aware, and all these while target to weapon matching has also been done. So it was easy for us to realize as to how they are going to, based on what their reaction was, we were to take on all these targets. And mind you, the new air defense system was absolutely active on our side. So that was one of the things that, played very well. And, S-400 was absolutely ready to take on whatever comes across the border from Pakistan. And that was not really played into the game by Pakistan as I see it unfolding. And these targets that we have engaged, we have sent a very, very strong message as to what we mean by escalating to the next level. Because like you rightly said, the targets that we have taken on are just to show that how precisely we can, take up to the next step, because that is what the capability of our armed forces today is.
But if you could, I'm sorry if this is going to be a slightly stupid question, because while I report on the military, I'm not a military person. What I understand, sir, is that Pakistan used missiles and drones to try and engage military targets. It seems that possibly they were trying to target airfields. That's what somebody said. It's not clear what they were trying to engage with. Does it mean that we have engaged back with missiles? Is this now a kind of clash of missiles? Are we at the stage in this situation in Operation Sindoor where this is missile to missile warfare? And again, please excuse me if I'm not using the correct technical phrases, and please do correct me, Marshal.
No question silly or stupid in this game. What you have asked is absolutely right. because we are used to conventional way of war fighting, and that is what has changed over a period of time. Both the sides have got conventional missiles. We are well prepared with a lot of drones and UAVs. Armed UAVs are playing on both sides. We have loitering munition, which is a kind of a drone which has got a warhead, and it can stay in the air, look for target, stay there as much as its endurance is, and then precisely take on the target as and when it is ordered to ordered to engage. So this game over a period of time has absolutely changed, and it's no more that we'll see the fighters buzzing in our airspace and we taking on the fighters. There are standoff weapons that have come into play. We all have seen its result. So the warfare, the type of warfare that we have observed earlier, that has undergone a fair bit of change, and that is what we are seeing, and that is what was expected also. Before you escalated to the full-fledged war where land forces, maritime forces, and the air power is totally unleashed. Before that, we will try and take on the targets with missiles and drones. So that is what exactly is happening, and why they targeted our airfields is primarily to actually take on the whatever assets we have on the airfield in their first wave itself, rather than taking on anything else. But what our forces have done is two things. One is that we have damaged a fair bit of their air defense system, which is very crucial for initial any retaliatory strike, and also some of the targets which are close to their military headquarters. So that it's a very strong message that one has sent to Pakistan. So it's not missile on missile warfare per se, but this is just to escalate slowly to next levels.
And I think you've said very clearly that the Pakistan attack, which was thwarted, the target was our airfields. I want to get in Ambassador Puri. There are many questions about how we have hit back in the cities that we've hit back, but we are now at the precarious stage, Ambassador Manjeev Puri, and the precarious stage is this. When the first public communication was done about Operation Sindoor, India very clearly emphasized that only terror bases were targeted, and no military installations and no civilian areas were targeted at all. Now that phase of the operation is over. India has once again emphasized that it seeks to remain non-escalatory, but has said that it sees what Pakistan did last night where I'm sitting in Amritsar has been a particular provocation to so many because of what it means to millions of Indians. Ambassador Puri, how do you see what is unfolding and what has unfolded?
To start with, your voice is breaking, but I want to compliment you for always being the person wanting to be on the ground. And this is not from today. You're fantastic. To your elbows and your resolve to do things. Look, I want to make a few points. I'm not an airman and I can't answer what the Air Marshal said. But, look, the Pakistanis also have something very similar to us. They have to explain to their people, how did you get hit in Punjab, even though it was a terror camp, etc., etc. Their people have also seen those images. So there is this particular aspect. I'm afraid everybody has this business of domestic constituency. Now, they used missiles and drones. We have no terrorist camps. There is nothing of this kind that you can hit in India. It does. So you have to hit who hit them, which was the military targets which they targeted. Now, I'm sure they would have liked one or the other of these to have penetrated. But also, let me remind you that they did all this to also signal that many of your bases and areas are under our coverage and we can reach them. Even though in the state of play that everybody knows, and they know as well, that the abilities to counter these is pretty good and pretty efficient with everyone. You are seeing it in the Russia-Ukraine context. So look, there was this particular element, but we've made it crystal clear to them in even our response, non-escalatory as it is, precise as it is, that look, guys, escalation is at your own peril. It comes with a huge cost, not just a bloody nose, it could be much more than that. Think about all of this. Now, Barkha, I also want to draw your attention to a report I read about in the Indian Express that the NSAs of the two sides have been in touch. I'm sure the Americans have started working the wires in various ways. Basically, in my understanding, the Americans, even the Chinese, the Saudis, and the UAE, they need to tell Pakistan, look, guys, escalation is not in your interest. You started it, you got it on your nose, but be mindful what escalation can do to you and to your people. Be mindful of that, because this is a fairly powerful India, a changed India, and with huge capacities to be able to inflict instant as well as long-term damage to you. So I think the messages are going out loud and clear. But Pakistan is the kind of state that it is, a rogue state. Terrorism is state policy. Their army is all in all. And so, to expect that at any time you can expect them to change in this, no. But can we expect that for the time being, they understand that here there is tough meaning, and shall we just step back a bit? I hope so. But on the other hand, since again, it's a few guys rule at that end, you don't know which way they will go. But I'm sure it's not just our messaging, which of course is very strong and very clear and loud to them and their people, but it's messaging from the rest of the world that, guys, you are doing it at your own peril.
Kushal, let's bring you in. Where I'm sitting it seems bore the brunt of what Pakistan tried to do yesterday with no damage. Indian air defense was able to thwart it. But the significance, as Ambassador Puri and Air Marshal have hit home, is Pakistan is being suicidal in what it's attempting, and Indians have hit back hard. But where are we going from here? And I'm hoping you can hear me. Ambassador Puri, just wanted to say thank you for those kind words. I should have said thank you properly. So thank you very much for those kind words. I know my voice is a bit choppy, but that's the perils of being in the field in the middle of nowhere. And I'm hoping that if you lose me for a few seconds, our audience will forgive us and you'll keep the conversation going and I'll reconnect. Kushal, it's over to you.
Well, see, the problem is that Pakistan always tries to take advantage of our democratic processes and our civility. That has been the standard model Pakistan has always followed. And the biggest mistake of the Indian state apparatus, irrespective of the political parties till now, has been we refuse to call their bluff, whether it is after 26/11 or honestly even after that. We refuse to call their bluff. Now we have called their bluff out. And to me personally, I just know, see, I'm not a diplomat. I'm not an army guy. I just look at it from a game theoretical perspective as a rationalist. For me, all these things are, we have to call their bluff out eventually. And I'm glad we have done this time. As far as the importance of what they were trying to do in Amritsar, as a Punjabi and as my native place in Amritsar, actually, I took it very personally. I was like, yeah, you try to touch Darbar Sahib, you try to touch any holy shrine in India, all bets are off. And I think that should be the message that India needs to give to these fellows, that you try to touch our holy shrines, nothing, then all bets should be off. And all this poppycock about jinne Lahore nahi vekhya, oh janmya hi nahi, nahi vekhna yaar, nahi vekhna tohada Lahore nahi vekhna. So all this rubbish that they keep talking about, I don't understand all of that. What concerns me is that Pakistan keeps accusing us of things while we now have heard the chatter. Barkha, you've seen the chatter around that when they tried to do what they tried to do yesterday night in Amritsar, I mean, this is not a rational actor. Like, they're trying to hit Darbar Sahib. Are they insane? Are these people crazy? So, like, what? How do you have a conversation with someone who's as crazy?
I mean, they have targeted Amritsar, which of course is a holy city. But you actually believe that they were trying to target Darbar Sahib just by virtue of targeting Amritsar? Ambassador Puri is disagreeing. That's why I want you to complete your point and then come to Ambassador. Kushal?
I don't know. I also had a second question to the 22 Punjabi MPs in Canada who keep talking about their Punjabiyat, and I've not seen them condemn it even once. It's a very interesting thing, and if you look at, see, for me, it's very simple. Whatever sources I've spoken to inside, they've said that is one of the possibilities that was told me. I'm not going to say who I spoke with. Obviously, you know who I spoke with too, because you also spoke with some of those people. But the point is, we can't deny the possibility of them wanting to try such things, and it's very disappointing that this is the level at which things are where they are.
Okay, let me get Ambassador Puri to respond to that. I do know that there has been disquiet that Amritsar is one of the places that military targets Pakistan made an attempt to engage with. Kushal says that there is fury that the Darbar Sahib was a target. What I have heard officials say to me is that Amritsar is a holy city to millions of Indians, and this is just unacceptable. Not that targeting any other city is acceptable.
Hi, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Go ahead, Barkha.
Hello. I was just saying you wanted to come in on the point.
Yeah. No, Barkha. All I want to say is this. Pakistan is a rogue state, and it's a state which uses terrorism as state policy. I think we recognize that very well. They are, and they are, whatever you may say, but they are also rogues in the real sense of the term. Now, I don't want to get into this particular thing. Targeting even military airfields, etc., is unacceptable. A Gurdwara in Poonch was destroyed. Let's remember this. So, targeting Amritsar, certainly not acceptable. Amritsar airfield, even that, there are implications to all of that. Several of my friends who are your colleagues there from Amritsar are calling me and speaking to me. And yes, so the question of any of this is absolutely right. But I don't want us to jump and, make things more escalatory. Let's go by the words of the Foreign Secretary, which was, we are not escalating things. You escalate, you will get what is called in Hindi, muh tod jawab. And that's exactly what we've done. So I think, Barkha, your show is very important, seen by lots of people, etc. And so therefore, your reporting from the ground is particularly important. But, you also, in some senses, have this particular responsibility of ensuring that the rhetoric measures up to what we are saying, not escalatory, but they must remember, if they do anything of this kind, if there's even the hint of that, the reply will be, as they say, muh tod, and they will do it at their own peril.
No, I do take your point, Ambassador Puri, that when emotions are running high, as journalists on the ground, we've got to try to be measured, factual, and therefore, all night when I knew that something was happening in Amritsar, Bhatinda, Jalandhar, Kapurthala, even Chandigarh, I did not report anything, nothing, till we had an official statement from our government, from our military. But I do understand, and I'm glad you reminded us that a Gurdwara was targeted in Poonch. So Pakistan is not beyond doing this, and that Amritsar has, a special place for millions of Indians, and therefore sentiments are attached to it. Now, I want to play out what was said by the military on how India hit back at the air defense radars and systems in Pakistan, 4 cities, neutralizing one in Lahore, but also Sialkot, Rawalpindi, and Karachi. Take a look.
आज सुबह भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने पाकिस्तान के कई स्थानों पर वायु रक्षा रडार और प्रणालियों को निशाना बनाया। भारत की प्रतिक्रिया समान क्षेत्र में समान तीव्रता के साथ की गई। यह विश्वसनीय रूप से ज्ञात हुआ कि लाहौर में स्थित एक वायु रक्षा प्रणाली को निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया।
Today morning, Indian Armed Forces targeted air defense radars and systems
at a number of locations in Pakistan, Indian response has been in the same domain with the same intensity as Pakistan. It has been reliably learnt that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized. पाकिस्तान ने नियंत्रण रेखा पर आकरण गोलीबारी की तीव्रता बढ़ा दी है, जिसमें कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला, उरी, पुंछ, मेंढर और राजौरी क्षेत्रों में मोर्टार और भारी तोपखाने का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। आज सुबह भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने पाकिस्तान के कई स्थानों
Right. So the point, 2 points being made there, Air Marshal. One was about, of course, India hitting back, targeting the air defense systems and radars of Pakistan inside these 4 major cities, but also talking about Pakistan's mortar and artillery shelling 16 civilians at last count killed in the villages along the line of control, among them 3 women, and I think the statement said 5 children. Let me check that, whether it was 5 children or not, but children among them. So, Hey Marshal, I want to start by talking about, what you explained to us in the beginning about what has happened here. Pakistan trying to target airfields, we now targeting their air defense systems and radars. Given that we have done this, what should we be on guard for now, Air Marshal? What might happen in the next 24 to 36 hours? Again, not to be alarmist, but what do you think the military is preparing for? What do you think the military is looking out for?
Barkha, what they did yesterday was, a tit for tat kind of a, action. They kept it at a level where, they didn't go all out like what they did after Balakot. Okay, all out in the sense it was restricted to, sending a massive strike to take on targets, military targets in India. Whereas yesterday, they also tried to tell that we are targeting a few specific spots across the border, and we will get in, and inflict damage. Now, as far as the ground action is concerned, it was sad that we lost some people, civilians, some women and children, unfortunately, because our evacuation action had already been initiated. But there are always these kind of cases where people don't want to leave their houses and stay back in the villages. So these kind of activity always takes place when the this kind of situation develops. I think now with the kind of damage that we have inflicted, we have to have a higher level of reaction coming in from. We have to expect that from Pakistan, because ultimately they have to show to their people that they can stand up to India and show some action that will be at a level a little higher than this. So I think we are slowly but steadily climbing the escalatory ladder, which we wanted to avoid all the time, and that is what the messages are going. Now I think within next 24 to 48 hours, I think we will see a little more action, which we have to be ready, and I'm sure our services are ready with that, because our deployments have taken place. We are ready for taking on whatever action Pakistan decides to take. But yes, I expect a little bit of escalation from Pakistan, just to stay in the game, I would say, from their side. I think that is what, and I'm really surprised that what action they have done in Pakistan, Amritsar, because that is something that they shouldn't have started off with, because every time that things have happened and gone wrong from their side, they have never taken this action earlier. So I think they're miscalculating somewhere. I'm sure they're miscalculating somewhere, and I think if they continue to do what they have started off with, the way they have started off with, I think they will have to pay a very, very heavy price.
I want to say that as we are speaking, because you said, Marshal, that Pakistan would attempt to do something more, that is continuing. India has just thwarted. We're getting this breaking news. India has thwarted a drone attack in Jammu. So this is ongoing. This is what happened here in Amritsar last night, and this is now happening in Jammu. And India has thwarted that attack just like it did last night. The statement very clearly says that Pakistan used both missiles and drones to try and engage military targets in all these cities. And this is again, India has thwarted that attack. There's a blackout in Jammu. By the way, exactly the same thing happened in Amritsar. The blackout, I should say, is meant to be the response, right? So the blackout is not caused because I don't want people to get alarmed. I want to explain this. The blackout is the response that is supposed to take place when an attempted attack of this kind takes place. And again, just like the people of Amritsar, the people of Jammu are now talking about hearing explosions, about seeing orange light in the sky. This is also could be India's air defense thwarting them, intercepting them, neutralizing them, right? So this is happening as we speak, Marshal. And I mean, I don't know. You want to just comment, Kushal and Ambassador Puri?
I one quick comment on this. Barkha, the nature of warfare, the weapon systems have undergone a drastic change, and we are still talking about blackouts and to save ourselves. But I think we have to be a little more careful, and particularly the areas that you're sitting in, and areas around that we were talking about, Jammu, Poonch sector, Rajouri sector. We have to switch off our lights, take all the precautions to reduce the heat signatures and things like that, because we are talking about UAVs or loitering munition. Loitering munition is not going to give you much of warning. They are already there, okay, and it's going to be getting into attack mode in a short span of time. So therefore, we have to understand that we have to save ourselves and make enemy's life difficult by saving ourselves, by switching off as many sources on ground as possible to save ourselves. So I think we have to understand all these things very clearly and not wait for sirens to go. I think if next 15 days we have to stay without lights, we stay without lights. And camouflage as much as possible so that we make their life difficult and not give them opportunities to target the soft targets very easily.
I'm sorry, I'm listening to you, but I'm also trying to keep up with the news because my producers are telling me that there is an attempt to target the airfield in Jammu, just like there was an attempt to target the airfields in Amritsar, in Chandigarh, in Jammu last night as well. There are sirens going off in Arispura, which is an area that borders Jammu. So there are air raid sirens in Arispura. And there are people who are now writing on social media that from where they are in their homes, they can hear these explosions. There is Deepika Pushkar who writes, I don't know if she understands what missiles are. She may be looking at something which is orange in the sky and calling it a missile. Missiles are flying over our houses in Jammu. This is not hearsay. I'm witnessing and recording it myself. The threat is real. So people, of course, people, this is the post-war generation. Most people are not even old enough to remember Kargil. So people, when they see an orange cloud in the sky, they think and they imagine the worst. I don't blame them. They have not seen conflict. They have not seen war. But this is a very serious situation we're talking about. Air Marshal was just speaking about Pakistan trying to ratchet up reactions on the escalatory ladder, and we are getting inputs coming in from Jammu. Electricity is being shut in Jammu as India's air defense gets activated. Could you please bring up whatever you want me to see on the screen? It would be easier for me to see it. Let me get reactions. Ambassador Puri and then Kushal. Ambassador Puri, sorry, do we have something to play? Let me know when you can show us some pictures. Ambassador Puri, yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Could we unmute Ambassador Puri, please?
Yeah, Barkha, thank you. I need to leave in the next few minutes. Thank you. Look, Barkha, my understanding is while the most important international player is a little busy today, a great deal of effort will start within the next few days on Pakistan to ratchet things down and understand they made their point for whatever it is. They were in the wrong, they've got hit, but to their population. They made their point. Now just take it a little easier. This will be done. You remember Kargil and you remember all of those particular things. Look, this will happen the next day or so. They will try to take advantage because they know this pressure is going to come on them. And they know that they will not be in a position to be able to restrain themselves, to be able to, resist this particular pressure. Therefore, they will try and take this advantage of next 1 or 2 days to do things. We have to be extremely mindful of that. And I'm sure we are strong, but we also, in terms of our defense, we are offensive, which is correct. You need to be offensive in your defense, hit the guys a little bit on and off, let them know that this is not just a question of, saving the ball from hitting the stumps. It's a case of the ball will also be hit nice and hard at you when you do this. But I do believe that the phones will start ringing. Give people a day. The most important countries are busy today, or today, the day that will be dawning in the Western world very soon. And very soon thereafter, this will happen. They need to realize that they are doing all this in their peril. But Barkha, you know the country very well. Does the force which calls the shots in the country, do they realize it is in their peril? No. Their interest, willingness to care for their people is also at a far more diminished level than the rest of the world. And so therefore, this particular rogue nation, I'm afraid this is the nature of it. But they need to be pushed into de-escalation in their own interest. And we are ensuring that they understand that de-escalation is in their interest.
Right, Marshal Puri, I know you have to go, so just hop off whenever you need to. Thank you so much, and stay as long as you can. Kushal, just before I come to you, again, I want to be very careful, very measured with what we report. Please, let's not say things like India. Yes, we know that Pakistan's missiles and drones tried to target our airfields in multiple cities, including Jammu last night. And that attempt has been made again just now in the last few moments in Jammu. The attempt has been thwarted. We must be very careful. This is as much a request to my own colleagues as it is to everybody who is reporting the story or commenting on it. Please be careful. Please do not panic. India's air defense is robust. It is precise. It was able to intercept and neutralize Pakistan missiles and drones in a multitude of cities. Pakistan launched a coordinated series of missiles and drones on multiple airfields last night, and each one was neutralized. And I want to emphasize that even now, what's happening in Jammu, it has already been neutralized. It is very important to say that the attempt to target the airfield in Jammu has been neutralized, and the blackout that takes place takes place as a matter of protocol. That is the SOP. The lights have to go off, as Marshal was just saying. All right, I want to just give you a sense of what's happening. Let's first give you a sense of the sirens that are going off in Arispura, which is just next to Jammu. This is again an SOP. Let's listen in. That blackout is the standard operating procedure, the protocol in response to such situations. Kushal, I want to bring you in, and then Marshal. Look, we're trying hard here to be really not adding to the panic that people are facing. And so I'm just doing my best here to drive home the gravity of the situation, but also say trust our armed forces. Place your trust in armed forces. They were able to neutralize this last night. They've neutralized it right now. Kushal, it's over to you.
Listen, I'm not an armed forces expert. I can just say that the only thing we can do right now is stay calm, follow protocol like good citizens can do. I would do that. Barkha, obviously my concern is not just for fellow citizens. In my case, I have immediate family in Jammu, Amritsar, both places. Immediate family hai meri to udhar. So, in fact, my father was talking to my cousin today, just an hour ago, about Jammu. But I have full faith in the army. I have full faith in our air defense system. And all I can say is, I guess they will hear us tomorrow. That's all I want to say.
We have, yeah, they will hear us tomorrow as they did today. When again, for anybody who's just tuned in, here is the situation. I am on the outskirts of Amritsar. I'm about 4 to 5 hours by road from Jammu. This is a trip we have to do by road because airports are shut as a matter of precaution. All of last night, we now know that Pakistan attempted missile and drone attacks on multiple Indian cities targeting airfields. They have made in the last few moments a similar attempt in Jammu. Jammu, that attempt has been thwarted. This seems to be a drone attack as of now, but last night both drones and missiles were used. India's air defense interception has been activated. Blackouts are in place. Airports appear to be the target, would follow because we have targeted air defense systems and radars in and forcing Pakistan to shut down their flights in Lahore, in Karachi, in Sialkot, in Rawalpindi. And Rawalpindi in particular has got to hurt a lot because it's the headquarters of the Pakistan army. So massively humiliating for them there. I'm going to play out another, I believe we have another little clip that we can play out, and then I'll come to Air Marshal. Let's listen in. Okay, it was a very short clip. You could just see those streaks of orange in the sky. Air Marshal, you want to explain those pictures to us? Could we take them on the screen while Air Marshal is talking about them? Air Marshal, go ahead.
Yeah, Barkha, we should expect these kind of weapons flying on our heads for sure now in coming days, because this is what Pakistan is likely to do. And like I said before, they will use all their might in terms of their UAVs, their missiles, their rockets in border town areas. Like you're saying, where you're sitting, where these attacks are going on. But some of these attacks, I'm very sure, are precisely targeted at at the targets which are military targets in nature and not in civilian areas. I presume that is the plan Pakistan is working on. And our anti-missile systems or or air defense system are very well capable of taking on some of these kind of weapons that I see them flying. So I think every precaution will be taken by our forces to thwart these kind of attacks. I'm sure we can't be 100% right. So there will be some kind of damage which will take place. And we just heard that both the places that we are talking about, close family is staying there. So we hope that, definitely, and pray that they are able to talk to each other as we speak and beyond. And our forces will deploy whatever they have in their inventory to avoid any damage to the civilians and our people on ground. So I think this is the situation that we are in, and we should be hoping to brave this kind of situation developing now in the border areas for sure. And that is what I was talking about a little while ago, that this escalation is likely to be expected. And we as citizens on the ground should take as much precautions as possible, because while the attack is going on, I can see a lot of lights still on and they're bright, nice and bright. So that is where we have to be really, really right, go out of the way to tell people not to do this.
sorry, I'm getting updates from friends and colleagues in Jammu about how Pakistan has targeted, as we've been saying, the Jammu airfield. It has opened fire, of course, along the international border and the line of control, but it is also very clearly targeting the Jammu airfield. And I want Kushal to come in. We're trying to get more details here. Our hope and our belief is that India, like last night, India's air defense system would have thwarted that attempt. But we do know that the airfield in Jammu is being targeted by Pakistani missiles, it seems. Those are the reports that are coming in. Kushal, you want to come in on this?
Yeah, Barkha, I mean, again, I'm not the expert in this. I can just speak like an average citizen. So all I can say is that people need to be brave right now and responsible at the same time. So if you are someone on social media, don't try to get a few cheap clicks. Like, I can only say what is in my control. Don't share any unverified information. Don't share any videos because you have a blue tick on social media and engagement gives you a few dollars. That's what you don't do right now. These are the simple do's and don'ts as citizens that we can follow. You don't add to the chaos. You don't add to the panic. Can you help someone? And what is the help you can do right now? As you know, someone who actually knows this from the military saying, turn your lights off. These are the small things that we can do right now. And as people who are not in Jammu right now, we should double check, triple check, quadruple check our information before we put it out there. And we should be very careful. That's all I can say right now, is that, and we have to be brave if we want to win this. We have to be brave, and as much as harsh as it sounds, that there is honestly no other solution to this than being brave and being patient. Otherwise, we have a very irrational actor on the other side.
Yeah, I keep saying that when we war game this, we can't actually impose our own rationality on a completely demented state. I do have something I can quote. ANI has a pretty cogent comment on what's happening. Pakistan has targeted Jammu, Marshal, with loitering munitions. Indian air defense guns are firing back. This is ongoing right now. It is ongoing right now, sir. Could you please explain this? Could you also please explain what those streaks of orange fire in the sky that people of Jammu are filming means? And also a complete blackout has also been enforced in Kishtwar of Jammu division. Sirens are being heard throughout the district. So could you please explain that as well?
Yeah, so like I was telling earlier, that loitering munitions have been launched, and also certain missiles have been targeting Jammu, as you're getting the news from there and what pictures you've shown. Now, as I understand, if they are targeting Jammu airfield by itself is ready to, take on these kind of targets, because we knew all along that these airfields which are close to the border, okay, they all will be attacked in case Pakistan decides to escalate. So the precautions one is to avoid getting attacked. The second is, if we are attacked, then how to minimize the damage, because we need to continue the operations from there. So how to minimize the damage. And the third step is, in case there is a damage, how to repair it as fast as possible to make the airfield usable. Now, these are the normal steps that one goes through as far as, our training and our equipping is concerned. So we will get to know, for sure, or at least the authorities there would know exactly what is required to be done, and they will take action. So I don't think for general public to, panic as far as the attack on airfield is concerned. My more concern is how to save our people, because the people on the airfield are well trained to take on whatever is happening at the airfield. My concern is people around that airfield and people who are living there. I would like to, send a very strong message to them. This is real. This is now, this is now unavoidable. and you have to take this thing very, very seriously. And like Kushal has very rightly said, not indulge in now we have to close down all the universities that we have been running all along. Okay, that phase is over. Now this is all real. Now, if it is real and unavoidable, we have to now support in whichever way we can first, to inflict as little damage to us and our families, and then whichever way we can support outwardly, because I'm sure that there will be there will be some panic. And now all these people who are actually filming and putting it across, it is good that you're getting some kind of indication as to what is happening on the ground, but we have to go now beyond this. Beyond. Go ahead.
Just last comments from Kushal, and then Marshal, I want you to come up with a list of do's and don'ts for people, because I think, as you said, the people on the airfield are trained personnel. They will still know better. It's everybody else who does not know, who's a post-war generation. Kushal, last thoughts from you, Kushal.
Well, my last thoughts is, I just want to thank the armed forces, everyone involved in this. And, a lot of times we forget that along with the armed forces, there is an arm that works silently, lurks in the shadows. To the intelligence operatives all around the country, all around the world, I just want to thank all of them, because we often thank the armed forces, but we forget the intelligence people. So, whether it's IB, whether it's RNAW, whether it's military intelligence, it's all these people. My last words are thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Kushal, and I join you in thanking our armed forces and everybody who makes up the security establishment. Look, there's a lot going on. Marshal, I'm going to request you to stay with us for as long as you can. I know Kushal has to hop off, but this is something very critical that's happening right now. And if you've just joined us, I want to bring you up to speed with what's happening. Pakistan has targeted Jammu with loitering munitions. India's air defense guns are firing back. This is similar to what we saw happening last night when Pakistan's missile and drone attack was thwarted. And our confidence and our hope has to be that it will be thwarted again. This is now beyond the city of Jammu. This is across many districts in Jammu. A complete blackout has been enforced in Kishtwar, for example. Air raid sirens are ringing through Arispura, Kishtwar, also Akhnur, where also a complete blackout has been enforced and sirens are being heard. So we're seeing this take place in Akhnur, in Kishtwar, in Arispura, but the target seems to be Jammu's airfields. That's clearly the target. Marshal, could you speak to the significance of airfields? Even yesterday, it is the airfields that were targeted. Even today, that is what is happening. Please do tell us about what is the thinking behind this?
Yeah, so Barkha, Pakistan is now worried that we will go full bore now. Now there is no stopping, because he is now escalated to a level where they are indicating to us that we are now putting down your air force, because see, air power is something which is so lethal that the opponent is hugely worried about what is going to come next. So naturally they are wanting to put the airfields down. So hoping like hell that they target the airfields accurately, put the airfield down, and then they can push their air power into our airspace and attack important targets which are beyond beyond this capability of missiles and loitering munition. So that is what they would try and do it. I'm sure that the people at the helm of affair who are planned to utilize our air power, they know exactly where to keep the assets, how to safeguard them, and also we have quite a bit of capability to utilize our air power, and the airfields which are very close to the border they're attacking. I'm sure we have taken precautions to safeguard our airfields so that the normal operation that we have planned from these airfields don't hamper. and we also have a capability of recovering in a shortest possible time. So that is what I'm sure we will do. So nothing to worry about in terms of this is what we expect when the escalation takes place, and this is what Pakistan exactly is doing. So more so, you were asking me about telling the people of these areas what do's and don'ts. I will just shortly cover a couple of points. One is that we need to understand that this is real. Take precautions as much as possible to make any life difficult in terms of putting off lights, getting into trenches if there is a air raid siren on, even a missile raid siren on. That, as you indicated earlier, people should not be outside. Get to cover yourself. Those home guards and all teach you whatever drills they have indicated to you. They are now real. And we need to look after ourselves because now things are getting, to a level which is beyond what we were doing till now. So I think that is important. We have to cover ourselves, with some kind of shields in real terms. So particularly people in that area that we are talking about, and this is all happening in real time now. So I think that is what we need to do.
My colleague Zafar Iqbal is with us, and as Air Marshal Nandonkar just said, this is real. When we said we want action, military action for what happened in Pahalgam, the Indian military did that with Operation Sindoor, while stressing that India had only targeted terror bases at that time in Pakistan's Pojk and Pakistan's Punjab province. However, late last night, across cities in the north and the west, but in particular in Punjab and in Jammu, Pakistan attempted missile and drone attacks targeting airfields. We are seeing a repeat of that right now as we speak, with Jammu coming under Pakistan fire. Citizens, residents of Jammu and adjoining districts of the town are filming this. You can see orange streaks of fire in the sky. I am at this moment on the outskirts of Amritsar, where last night something very similar took place here, and India's air defense system was able to thwart it. But as a retaliatory measure, India went in deep and hard, neutralizing an air defense system in Lahore, but also targeting Pakistan's air defense systems and radars in Sialkot, in Karachi, in Rawalpindi, and of course in Lahore, which woke up to clouds of smoke. Now it is happening again. Pakistan is firing at Jammu. It is targeting once again airfields. Protocol SOPs are being followed. Blackouts are enforced across the area. Air raid sirens are enforced across the area. Air Marshal Nandonkar has been appealing to people, do not panic, but take it seriously. This is not a video game. This is not a mock drill. This is real. And it is, as Air Marshal said, inevitable. General Neeraj Bali, Major General Neeraj Bali is with us. My colleague Zafar Iqbal is with us. Zafar, give us a quick update on everything we know so far. Go ahead.
Yes, Barkha. A short while ago, I've been talking to people on the ground. Actually, I'm told that there is a simultaneous use of artillery and drone attacks, not just in Jammu, but Udhampur, Akhnur, and Pathankot. What's happened is that air defense have been activated and they are engaging with these projectiles and oblique drones. That's what I have been told. Now, I've been also talking to people on the ground. They say that multiple sounds, multiple explosions in the vicinity of the Jammu airport and also in Akhnur. Now, remember, Barkha, you and me have been talking about it. Jammu is extremely vulnerable. That's where Pakistan really bulged into Jammu and Kashmir. It's very close to the international border. Jammu airport is just 20-25 kilometers from the international border. It's always been a defense airport. Every time it is an extremely important strategic location, but Jammu is extremely vulnerable. Now we're seeing this theater expanding, as you were saying. It was last night, it was Amritsar, but now clearly Jammu, Akhnur, Udhampur, these are the places which are on which have been targeted by Pakistan with drones, multiple explosions. Of course, there's a complete blackout in Jammu right now, but we're told that Indian air defense system is really engaging with all those projectiles. Now, the word projectile has been given to us, which means that it could be missiles, it could be drones, it could be even rockets. But we're told that it's a multiple sort of weapon that are being used by Pakistan, specifically targeting the strategic defense airport of Jammu. Barkha?
Right. I want General Bali to comment on this simultaneous use that Zafar mentioned of artillery firing at the border and the line of control and drone attacks from the air. It's a kind of simultaneous coordinated attempt to target Jammu, the region, the area of Jammu, not just Jammu city. General Bali, what's your read? This is coming, of course, after India's air defense systems targeted radars and systems inside 4 key cities of Pakistan.
If you look at it, not just for this tit for tat, which has been going on for 2 days now, but also the Pakistani playbook right from Balakot, you will see that every single time there is some action by us, their response is almost instantaneous, a little haphazard, a little knee jerk, but always an effort to demonstrate that they are doing a little more than what we have done. Of course, in this game, they've forgotten that it's we who are responding and not they, so they don't have to keep responding. But having said that, if you look at it, in Balakot we did something, they came next day and dropped a few bombs in some field near a brigade headquarters. They've been upping the ante every single time, and that is what exactly is happening now. By doing this, in spite of what the foreign secretary said this afternoon, they have not chosen to de-escalate, they've chosen to escalate. They're trying to probably bring a greater focus on Jammu and Kashmir itself rather than attacking all over the place. Compare if they had done this on Falodi or some other airfield, it wouldn't have made such a news as it is happening now. I still think we got to wait and see what the damage really is. Of course, it looks very dramatic the way we are looking at it. But let's see what the end result is of all this, because it may well be performative for the consumption of their own people. Let's wait and see. It's to be seen calmly at the moment.
Sir, I would like to add here that Jammu airport is in an extremely, it is surrounded by residential houses. It's when an aircraft lands at Jammu airport, one gets a sense that it just touched the wall. The aircraft touched the wall. It's a very small airport. It is right in the center of an extremely populated area. It is just on the way towards Arispura, Jammu city and Arispura, just on the outskirts of Jammu. And there are lots of residential areas. Now you see all those flares. Now this is happening all around Jammu airport. There are residential areas, as you were saying, that even if Jammu airport is targeted, which means actually residential areas, a population is under that is also targeted in a way, because it's not secluded. It's right in the center of so many houses. There is a petrol pump right adjacent to Jammu airport. Right at the wall of the Jammu airport, there is a big fuel station. I don't know. It seems like it's a very big escalation targeting of Jammu airport. It's an extremely big escalation, and it would invite a huge reaction. Already air defense systems are operational. I'm told they are engaging with those projectiles, trying to shoot them down. The things are it's sketchy details.
I'm so sorry. I wanted to jump in here because I think there's a blackout that's just been enforced here as well. I'm just going to go full frame and show you what's happening here. I was sitting outside a dhaba. These are battery operated lights that we have here, and everything around us has gone dark. It's unclear what has happened, but it's because we're on the outskirts of Amritsar. Possibly there are precautions being taken here. Sorry, Zafar, I didn't want to interrupt you, but in case you see me go dark, suddenly you'll know why. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
No, Barkha, I was describing the location of Jammu airport. Jammu airport has next
thankfully the lights, some lights are back here. I don't know if they're generator or what they are, but go ahead. Yeah, sorry. Zafar, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm saying right next to the Jammu airport is a fuel station. it is surrounded by residential areas, residential houses all around it. It's in the center of a residential colony. It's a very small airport, essentially a defense airport. And if Jammu airport is targeted, that means the entire residential area is also the target of those projectiles that are being thrown at Jammu airport. And what we're seeing from these visuals, there are multiple sort of missiles or rockets that have been fired at Jammu airport, and people on the ground are saying that they heard multiple explosions. There is a blackout currently in Jammu, but people say they heard multiple explosions, not just one, two, but multiple explosions. And they all of those explosions happen simultaneously. Now, our sources are telling us that it's very close to the Araspura sector. Araspura sector is the international border, and we've seen this escalation spreading from the line of control to the international border, where artillery fire is being used at the borders. Simultaneously, this airport has come under the attack of missiles and drones from Pakistan, which has put this entire population into an extremely dangerous situation right now. There's a blackout, and it's not just Jammu. I've also told that this has happened at the same time in Akhnur. Now, remember, Akhnur is very, very critical in all of this. Akhnur is it is sort of a point where Jammu region joins with the Pir Panjal region. Now, Pir Panjal is Rajouri and Poonch. It's connected by a Chenab river, Chenab bridge. So, Chenab bridge has always been vulnerable and a target of Pakistan in the past. So, perhaps on one hand, they are targeting the Jammu airport. On the other hand, they are targeting the Chenab. If Chenab is cut, if that bridge is cut, that makes it very difficult. Now, these are all things that are happening here, Akhnur and Jammu. And remember, Udhampur is the headquarter of the Northern Command. Udhampur is the main military center in Jammu and Kashmir in northern India. So obviously, this is taking this escalation to an altogether higher level. At the moment, you can see these pictures. These are pictures, these are houses, as I was saying, residential houses, just outside Jammu to the other side of the wall. Now, somebody has shot it from his house. This is exactly the place in Jammu airport. You see these residential houses. See how much this is.
Can we play the sound on this? Could we play this video with sound, please? Could we play the video with sound? Give us a version with sound. We can't hear it.
Now, this place is called Satwari. It's called Satwari. It's just on the outskirts of Jammu, and we're told that the movement of the drones also near Jammu University. Now, Jammu University is on the other side of the Vikram Chowk it's right in the heart of Jammu city. So, as I was saying, Jammu is just 20 kilometers from the international border. Jammu city, it's most closest to international border. On the other side of international border is Sialkot, and we know that there have been terror camps that have been targeted in Sialkot. So Jammu is extremely vulnerable in all of this region. It has been in the past and it is now, and we've seen clearly manifestation of that. Pakistan really targeting Jammu airport and places in Akhnur, which have always been vulnerable and sensitive. But what has happened over the years, this place has become extremely crowded. There are a lot of houses, residential houses in this area of Satwari, where Jammu airport is located, and it's clear that these
okay,
videos
I have to come in. I have to come in here. I have information from my source that there has been an attempt by Pakistan. There has been an attempt by Pakistan to attack Jaisalmer. I'm so sorry. I'm taking time to read this because I'm trying to be cogent here. India has thwarted an attack. India has thwarted an attack by Pakistan to target Jaisalmer. Would we have that updated on our banners? And Also, my source is saying that the attack in Jammu is ongoing. It's not done yet. It hasn't been thwarted yet fully. The Indian air defense system is in. I'm so sorry,
Yes.
Zafar. You need to take over from me for a second
Yes,
because I'm getting
yes,
information.
yes, yes, yes.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
so,
yeah,
so,
yeah,
so, 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 the situation is that Jammu airport is under attack, and some of the unconfirmed reports suggest that at least two drones have been shot in Jammu near the airport. Now, this has happened closer to Jammu University. That's what we are told, but those are unconfirmed reports. What we can confirm is that Jammu airport has come under attack. It's an airport which is located at Satwari, right on the outskirts of Jammu, in an extremely populous area. There are residential houses all around it. Now it has come under there were multiple explosions that were heard by people in that area, and some of those videos you can see there were drones that were fired at Jammu airport. Now Jammu airport has been closed since last couple of days. Jammu airport has been closed, so is the Srinagar airport, but it's essentially a defense airport. It's always been a very sensitive location. Photography is always prohibited at Jammu airport and at Srinagar airport. But while Srinagar airport is right in Srinagar, very far from the borders, Jammu airport, on the other hand, is very close to the international border, just 20 to 25 kilometers from the international border in Araspura sector. So that makes it even more vulnerable. And the thing is that Jammu airport is located right in an urban center. It is not at some secluded area. It is right at a place which is surrounded by residential houses, and that makes it even more complicated. Although the air defense system has been made operational, it is up, and they are thwarting this attack from Pakistan. They're trying to shoot down those
I'm so
projectiles.
sorry. I have to jump in. I have information. We now can say clearly that it is the Jammu airport that was targeted. Just a second. I'm going to have to take this call.
So, Zafar, if I may say that, yeah, having landed at Jammu airport dozens of times, I do
Yeah.
agree that it is right at the heart of, where
No,
people live all around
you'll
it.
also agree, when a plane lands in Jammu, you get a feeling as if the plane touched the wall while it,
Yeah, that's right.
on the runway. It is so small. It feels one gets a feeling that it's reached the end of the airport at the wall. It is a very
That's
small airport. There were many proposals to move this Jammu airport in a different location. They tried to do some sort of an expansion, but since the area is very limited, there's not much scope of an expansion. It had to be relocated to a different place. But for the moment, the situation is that Jammu airport is a defense airport and very close to the international border. That's always made it vulnerable.
Yeah, so Pakistanis are no respecter of not having civilian casualties, not having collateral damage. Look at what they've done in Punch, uh, shelling even a gurdwara and killing so many civilians. So they wouldn't care. But I completely agree that the focus here doesn't seem to be Jammu city. It seems to be particularly the airport. And
Right.
if I may tell you, I'm going to do a little bit of a reporting myself. While we came on air, while we were talking to each other, I messaged two of my friends in Jammu to find out what is happening. I'm just going to read out one message to you. It
Yeah.
says,
Yeah.
it says total blackout as precautionary measure, sirens blowing. We can hear blasts and
Yeah.
can see
Yeah.
drones in the sky.
So
City
now
area is yeah.
I've been told that it is basically
I'm so sorry.
swarm drone attack. It's a swarm.
Zafar, hold on. Can you all hear me? Okay. I was just talking to a source, which is why I had to leave this live programming. I can now confirm to you that there have been multiple attempts at drone attacks by Pakistan on different places in Jammu and Kashmir. India has spotted a drone attack in Udhampur near the Northern Army headquarters. The Northern Army Command is based in Udhampur. That attempt has been spotted. India has spotted a drone attack on the Srinagar airport. India has spotted a drone attack uh, on Pathankot Air Base. India has thwarted a drone attack on Jammu airport. A projectile from Pakistan has fallen near the Jammu University.
Exactly. Two
The
two
northern, yeah,
projectiles. Two projectiles. Yeah.
yeah. So here's the big picture. It's 22 minutes past 9 o'clock, and Pakistan has made an attempt with drones. That's the information available so far to target different places, not just in Jammu and Kashmir, also on the western border in Rajasthan. An attempt has been thwarted successfully by the Indian air defense system in Jaisalmer. In Jammu, where the military command, what is called the Northern Army Command, is headquartered out of Udhampur, a drone flew over the Northern Army Command headquarters in Udhampur. It has been thwarted. Could we please rotate the banners as I speak? I'm going to request Shirali at the back to please rotate these because we need to keep them going. India has spotted a drone attack on the Jammu airport. India has thwarted a drone attack on the Pathankot airbase. India has thwarted a drone attack. Um, yes, Jammu airport, Pathankot airbase, the Northern Army Command, Jaisalmer, Srinagar airport.
Yes,
Right?
but I'm about to add one. I'm about to add one point. Just
as of now, because I want people to be calm, all of these attempts have been foiled. Please, it's very important to say this. There is ongoing tension, but these attempts, drone attacks, have been thwarted. Zafar, please add to this now.
yes, specifically, I'm told that this is a drone that was used. The swarm drones are coordinated systems of multiple unmanned aerial vehicles which work together. A set of swarm drones that was used, to target Jammu airport. They're typically used for surveillance, but they are also used for attack operations. They carry payload. So probably the purpose was surveillance, as it was the target was the Northern Army Command and Jammu airport. It was surveillance. It was to check Indian air defense, and also they are loaded. They have a payload. That means they are attack drones, and surveillance. So this is two in one. A swarm drone, swarm drone that has been used. Barkha, if you can mute if you can mute from your end, there is a lot of noise.
No, it's not me. It's people screaming in panic on the video clip that we're
right.
we're playing.
So I was just trying to explain that I'm told that two projectiles have been shot down near Jammu University. I want to give the location of Jammu University. While Jammu Airport is at Satwari, which is to the left of of Tavi Bridge, to the left of Tavi Bridge, and on the other side of Tavi Bridge, in the same direction, is Jammu University. Now, Jammu University is also again in an extremely residential area. So these projectiles have not just flown over Jammu airport. They have gone all the way towards Jammu University, where they have been shot. So the situation is that it's a swarm drone attack, which was with coordinated systems of multiple unmanned aerial vehicles. It's meant it had it there was a double sort of a dual purpose that they are used, one for surveillance, second for attack. It's payloaded. There's a payload on it, but Indian air defense came into action very quickly, and there have been surface to air missiles that have been shot at it, the systems of air defense that are in place to bring these projectiles
Zafar,
down.
can I just come in, Zafar?
Yes.
Yeah. Barkha, these swarm drones and all these systems are not actually meant for airfield attack as such. Okay, so I don't think we should be too much worried about these things, because these are all for area targeting, and not meant for airfield attacks. If they are using it, that's okay. But I don't think our air defense system will use missiles and all against these things, because they can be easily shot down by other systems. So I will not get into nitty gritties of weapons and targets and all. All that I would like to say before I leave, Barkha, is that these are the kind of stuff that you will see in next couple of days, and I'm sure Major General Bali, whom I'm seeing after a very long time, not really a good place to meet. But I think he will take over from here. But these are the things which we are going to see, and these are the things which we are going to keep ourselves safe from. Okay, so that is what I was talking about. These things will start flying. These are not meant for airfield attack. If they are using it, they are wasting their ammunition.
But sir, probably they could also be using it for self to check the Indian defense system as a. I don't know.
Yeah.
They could have many different. Or
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. They will activate the Indian air defense system the way we activated their system. So this is cat and mouse that will go on. But what they were, if they were attacking with these systems on the airfield, then they, they're wasting their time, and it is good for us. And we know how to sit quiet. We know how to sit quiet, when to sit quiet, and we will take care of it. There is no need to panic. This is what, like I was telling earlier before you all joined, that this is real. This is unavoidable. We have to guard against panic, and we have to take care of ourselves as civilians sitting outside, and allow the military elements to do their job. That is what I would say, Barkha. And thank you very much for having me over.
Thank you.
I will leave now. Thank you.
Okay, Marshal. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Safe. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. General Neeraj Bali is with us. General Bali, I know. Thanks, Sir Marshal. Good evening, sir, and take care. And thank you for your time. Okay, guys, I'm going to try and do this a little bit cogently now. I was shouting to speak over a generator playing behind me. I have no idea whether this is an electricity cut here on the outskirts of Amritsar, or whether there is electricity that's just been cut as a precautionary measure. So we're on battery operated lights. I would like to share information that I have, and I know, General Bali, you've been working the phone lines to people on the ground in Jammu. Like, look, we're not in the clear yet. It's a sensitive moment. It's a tense moment. But so far, no attempt by Pakistan has succeeded. It is important to say that as of now, what we do know is that the Jammu airport was targeted. The Jammu airport was targeted. It came under attack by Pakistani drones. That attempt, according to our sources, has been thwarted. It's ongoing, but it's been thwarted. There has been an attack at the Srinagar airport, also thwarted. There has been an attack on the Pathankot air base, also thwarted. A drone has flown over the Northern Army Command, that is the supervisory sort of military headquarters in Jammu and Kashmir in Udhampur. That has been neutralized. A drone has been thwarted in Jaisalmer. Everywhere, like last night, the targets are airfields or airports. This has happened after India went in and took out an air defense system in Lahore, and also targeted Pakistan air defense systems and radars in Karachi, in Sialkot, and what am I missing? In Rawalpindi. And why did India do this? India says this was retaliatory. This was retaliatory for Pakistan's attempt to make similar coordinated multiple missile and drone attacks in a series of cities, including Amritsar and multiple other points in Punjab. General Bali, it's over to you. What's going on?
If you would recall, yesterday when we were trying to analyze as to what might happen next, and we had tried to narrow the field of what they might do, some of this was precisely what we were saying. The attacks which will follow will be standoff attacks. They will not be restricted to, or they will definitely not focus population in the Kashmir Valley per se. I'm not including Jammu in it, Kashmir Valley, because they've already done damage with their own kind of reputation in Kashmir. So they are going to widen the theater of operation. This is, unless we know what they've actually achieved, and frankly, till now, from what I'm hearing from friends on ground, my civilian friends, everyone seems to be thinking that it is purely aimed at the Jammu airport. It is not targeted the city. Of course, to the point we were making earlier, that Jammu airport itself is, it's surrounded by population, so you may not avoid collateral damage. But as of now, dramatic as it sounds, it looks performative to me. Let's wait and see what happens beyond that. But it's definitely escalation. There's no gainsaying that. It's definitely escalation. I don't think they have learned they've clearly understood that they are not responding. We are supposed to be retaliating. We are the ones who are retaliating, and they're just carrying on, with the cycle again and again. So let's wait and see what happens in the next couple of hours.
Just a
Yeah, Zafar, do you have any updates?
just a small addition that fresh firing has started in Akhnur and Udi sector. We've been seeing ceasefire violations happening every night for the last 13 days. It started again in Poonch. I just got a message on my phone that this firing has again resumed rather in Poonch. There's a lull during the day and it resumed through the night. I was in Udi sector today. I can tell you that people are really scared. Their houses have been damaged, and one of the shells, in fact, has landed very close to a power project, on a house very close to a power project in Uri. So, situation is very, very tense out there. These are long-range shells that are being fired from Pakistan. Of course, artillery is also being used, and these people are now being evacuated. They are taken to college. There have been camps that are being established. This escalation at the line of control has gone to a different level. Since 2003, we saw many ceasefire violations in between, but we never saw such sort of an escalation. The place that I was there, it was many kilometers from the line of control where the shell has really dropped. So they're just taken this escalation to a different level, and this is happening every night. It's again resumed in Poonch as well as Uri sectors right now.
General Bali, you say that you feel is performative, something that they can take back to their people as, getting off the ramp for Operation Sindoor. But the point is that when Pakistan attempted this last night, we went in and we hit their air defense system in Lahore, and we also hit them in Rawalpindi, which has got to hurt, given that it's the army headquarters. We also hit them in Karachi, Sialkot. So India will respond to this, and it will respond hard.
Well, I suppose so, yes. That's why I keep saying that. Let's see. See, if you heard Mr. Vikram Misri's exact words when he was asked this question, what will India do next if Pakistan again acts? He said, "We will respond in the appropriate domain." That's the word he used, which means we will use appropriate amount of force based on what really happens to us. So that's why I'm again and again harping on the part of how much damage and what really is going to happen. But having said that, there is no doubt that we will respond. This is not going to go unanswered. This is really a brazen escalation and repeated escalation. So it's not going to go unanswered for sure. But what exactly do we do? How much do we do? I think it's early days for us to say that.
Okay. I mean, I guess what I'm asking you, General Bali, is this, that India even today said that it is non-escalatory if Pakistan behaves in the same vein. But Pakistan is not behaving in the same way, right? I don't see how this doesn't move up the escalatory ladder. Even if this is a night that ends with, and I hope it does, with India thwarting every single attack attempt made by Pakistan, and that is ongoing. Jammu Airport, Srinagar Airport, Pathankot Air Base, Jaisalmer Airfield, a drone flew over the Northern Army headquarters in Udhampur, a projectile has landed from Pakistan near the Jammu University, and so on. These are multiple attempts at attacks, just like last night. And there is now also, by the way, a complete blackout where I'm sitting in Amritsar. And that's SOP, that's standing operating protocol in these situations. How does this not ratchet up? How does this not go higher? Are you saying that India will not retaliate?
No. India will definitely retaliate. India will definitely respond. I was only repeating what the Foreign Secretary said. We will respond appropriately based on what Pakistan brings. This is definitely escalation from Pakistani side. I'm not at all saying that we will not retaliate or we shouldn't retaliate. Of course not. But my limited point was, while this is very dramatic, let us see in effect what really happens on ground. And based on that, I'm sure we are going to decide what our response is. We have been very measured. We have been very calibrated in our response, in our words and everything. And I think that's how we will do. But for sure, this will not go unanswered. That's not my point.
I'm so sorry. I keep muting myself because there's noise. I'm sitting by a roadside on the outskirts of Amritsar, where, by the way, there's a complete blackout. These little lights are our little battery lights on top of our phone, which we're using inside a small dhaba. I want to give you a sense of what's happening on the ground in Jammu, where residents are filming videos. But if you've just joined us, streaks of orange fire in the skies in Jammu, multiple attempts at attacks in Jammu city, where the airport is under attack. That attack has been thwarted so far. A similar attempt has been made with a drone attack on the Pathankot airbase. A drone flew over the Northern Army headquarters. A projectile has fallen near the Jammu University. An attempt was made to attack the Srinagar airport. An attempt has been made to target the Jaisalmer airfields. That's been thwarted. We are hearing some reports about action against Pakistan fighter jets. I'm waiting for more details on that. So that's a lot of information is just coming in together. Could we request our producers to give us a few videos from the ground? We have a lot of them and we haven't managed to look at them. Let's take a look.
भाई ये जो रेड आप देख रहे हो ना, ये हमारे डिफेंस के है। तो आप देख रहे हो कितने सारे जा रहे हैं। ये मेन हमारी छन्नी सिटी है, जम्मू मेन में हो रहा है ये। वो देखो, फुल स्केल वॉर है भाई, ये फुल स्केल वॉर। लाइट अभी बंद हो रही है भाई। पाकिस्तान इंडियन आर्मी को पूरा सपोर्ट है, पूरा। खत्म कर दो सालों को। लाइट्स बंद हो गई, देखो साइड लाइट्स बंद हो रही है। तो भाई जो भी लोग JNK के बाहर रह रहे हैं, इस वीडियो को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा देखो। ये कारियाना हरकत है पाकिस्तान की। देखो पूरा ब्लैकआउट हो गया है। ये मेन सिटी है भाई, ये नीचे एयरपोर्ट है। जो हमारा इंडियन आर्मी का एयरपोर्ट है ना, ये रेड वाले वहाँ से निकल रहे थे अभी। और ये बीच में इनका मेरा ख्याल से कोई फाइटर जेट आया होगा, तो उसी को रिटेलिएट कर रहे थे।
So, that's generated by a resident. By the way, sorry, there's so much news coming in. The IPL match in Dharamshala has been stopped, and as part of the protocol of blackouts, floodlights have been turned off, and I would imagine so. It seems surreal to me that the match was on at all. But to go back to what's happening in Jammu, the airport, the city, areas around Jammu, regions across Jammu district, Harispura, Aknoor, Kishtwar even, are now under complete blackout. This after the airport of Jammu has come under attack. Pakistani rockets is how it's being described, but my source say that these are drone attacks, probably loading munitions. This is what we know. The Indian air defense system has thus far thwarted it, but the attacks are not over. They took place in multiple locations in Jammu and Kashmir, also Pathankot Air Base. India has thus far thwarted these attacks. Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot Air Base, Jaisalmer, a drone also flew over the Northern Army headquarters in Udhampur. Zafar, do you have any updates for us? Zafar, go ahead.
Yes, the details that we are getting is that Pakistan launched 8 missiles at Satwari, Samba. These are reports that were coming. RS Pura, Arnia, all were intercepted. But I want to go back to that user-generated video. He said that this is happening in Channi, because I know the place.
Hang on. So far we have been saying drones. Is this ANI? I just want a confirmation if this is ANI. ANI is reporting that Pakistan launched 8 missiles. Right? I did not want to use the word missiles till it was reported officially. Now we now have this on ANI, 8 missiles at Satwari, Samba, Arispura and Arnia sector, all intercepted by Indian Air Defense Unit. So this is a clear update we have.
Yeah.
In everywhere airfields are targets. In Jammu, the airport has been the target. And we now know that this is not just drones, but it's also missiles. Go ahead, Zafar.
Barkha in Jammu, the airport is also there's a technical airport also. These are two airports, like the civil airport and the technical. These are in the same. They're in the same place. Essentially, this is an entirely a defense airport. There's a technical area and the other area where the civil, normal flights land. In the technical area, it is the military flights that land. But I was talking about the user generated video. He said that we're seeing this in Chennai. Now, this place, the distance between Satwari and Chennai is not less than 10 kilometers. And in between, there is Jammu University. At about 5 kilometers from Satwari, between Satwari and Chennai is the Jammu University where one of the projectiles has been shot down. So, this is a big area all across Jammu city that this activity is happening. This is not just happening in Jammu; it's happening in a area spread over 10 kilometers, because that is the distance between, at least the distance between Satwari and Chennai.
Zafar, keep going. I'm just trying to confirm some
Yes.
news. General Bali, do come
Yes.
in with your comment.
Yes. So I was just saying that Jammu has always been vulnerable. Jammu now if you go ahead of Satwari, you go ahead of Satwari and it is Araspura. Actually, Araspura is the border, is the international border. Those big fields, and then is the border fence. So in Araspura there is Abdulia, there are other sectors, there is this border octroi post, there are many other areas, and then on to the other side towards the right, if you move a bit towards the right, is the Arnia sector. Now Arnia sector has been in the past targeted several and multiple times by Pakistan. Araspura and Arnia, and today, according to the details, it was also Arnia which was targeted. Arnia again in the international border, and ahead of Arnia is the Akhnur sector. So it is all going on in this area: Arnia, Akhnur, Jammu, Araspura, and ahead of that, when you go to Chenab, you go to Nowshera, you go to Poonch. Poonch is Meender, Poonch is Poonch proper, and then there are other areas of Poonch. So this particular stretch has been repeatedly targeted by past. This is a pattern by Pakistan. It's been happening in the past also. Earlier, there used to be ceasefire violations or at the line of control, but we saw that pattern changing a few years ago. Those ceasefire violations started to happen more at the international border. Now it is something to do with the population profile, because international border borders Jammu, and if you go, the international border is 200 kilometers. It is all in the Jammu region, not in the Kashmir region, while the line of control starts from Pargawal and it goes on towards to Poonch and Rajouri and all in the Kashmir Valley, Udi, Kupwara. So 700 kilometers of line of control. But this specific stretch, particularly Jammu city, has always been vulnerable and has always been on the target, and that's precisely what we're seeing happening today. So this is the situation that has been developing, that Jammu airport has come under attack. Multiple rockets or drones have been fired at the Jammu airport. Indian air defense system has swung into action and they have thwarted this attack at Jammu airport. These are the details that we have, and one of the projectile has been shot down at Jammu University, which is about a few kilometers from Jammu airport, which is at Satwari, and Jammu University is 4 or 5 kilometers away. And then these user generated videos were they were talking about a place called Chhanni, which is at least 10 kilometers from Satwari. So the situation is very tense in Jammu, and it's not just Jammu but Udhampur also. Now Udhampur is the center where the biggest army headquarter in J&K, this is the Northern Command, is in Udhampur. Then there is 15 Corps in the Kashmir Valley and 16 Corps in Nagrota. But Udhampur is the main where the army commander actually office of the army commander is in Udhampur. So that is very significant. It's a big escalation. If a drone or a rocket flew over Northern Command, it's a very big escalation because that is the main center of the army where the army commander's office is. General Bali, I don't know. Is it they targeting? As you were saying, it's performative. It could well be, but again, they have picked up these spots: Jammu Airport, Northern Army, Northern Headquarter, and Akhnur, of course, because of its strategic importance. Because Akhnur is the area where international border ends, and there is a small bit which is Pargawal. Now, in Pargawal, there is a bit of international border, and it's exactly where from the LOC starts. Extremely significant. This is this chicken neck. I've been to this place several times. It is surrounded by a huge water body. It's surrounded by a huge water body in Pargawal, and there are many occasions where people had to move from Pargawal and go to safer places. They had to migrate whenever there is ceasefire violation.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interject here. I just want, we've got a bunch of images. We've got a bunch of images that are coming out to us from Jammu. We're also hearing leaves have been cancelled. Schools are now shut. Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan are among the states on high alert. So I think, as Air Marshal was saying, this is not a mock bill now. This is real. It's inevitable. It's happening. In Amritsar, late last night, where I'm sitting right now, when we saw or we heard these explosion sounds, initially, General Bali, what was said was, oh, this is a drill, because it was the only way I think that people could be calm. And now we know that it was Pakistan trying to send in missiles and drones targeting airfields and airports. Could you talk a little bit about why airfields and why airports? General Bali, I can't hear General Bali. Can we unmute him, please?
Okay, yeah, I'm back. So first of all, I must say that when we began discussing this, when the situation was beginning to evolve, I used the word performative a couple of times. I think I'm going to change my mind as we go along, because this seems to be spreading. This doesn't seem to be limited. It's happening in multiple places. It is definitely they're attacking airfields. It's gone on as far as Jaisalmer on the other end. Where I'm sitting somewhere in Punjab, there's a blackout now. I think it's precautionary. Probably, people are being careful. But the fact is that now there is an apprehension that this is more widespread than we earlier assumed. So all I can say is that this is a dangerously evolving situation. This is definitely going to get a response. At the end of it, we can take the best counsel of our optimism and hopes that the ground forces don't get involved at some point. But right now, as it is going, Pakistan is no mood to give up its very irrational behavior and continue to expand the theaters, as it were. This is really going a little too far. I'm saying all this with complete clarity that nobody needs to panic. We are not spreading panic here. All right, we are a country which has seen a lot of action before. Nothing has gone out of hand. We're just stating facts that the theater seems to have expanded.
I want to talk a little bit about that, right? One of the things we were discussing after Operation Sindoor is, could there be a multi-sector kind of conflict that evolves? And Pakistan is now playing this well beyond Jammu and Kashmir, General Bali. It is primarily still focused on JNK, but also Punjab, where I am, where, like you said, there's a precautionary blackout where you are in Chandigarh. There is a blackout here where I am, right outside Amritsar. And airports and airfields, even as far as Jaisalmer in Rajasthan, right, have come under attack. What is Pakistan trying to do? We do know, if you've just joined us, that Pakistan tried to launch 8 missiles at the following places in the Jammu region: Satwari, Samba, Arispura, and Arnyan. All were intercepted by Indian air defense units. I have some visuals from the ground, but I just want to get a response from you, General Bali.
Yeah, quite clearly, this actually is very irrational. This flies in the face of their repeatedly saying that they don't want to escalate and so on. They are escalating in a very big way. if it was performative, as I was saying earlier, it would have been probably restricted to Jammu or one odd place. But it's going right from Srinagar to Akhnur to Jammu to Punjab to right down to Jaisalmer and so on. And it seems to be going on and on. So I think somewhere in their minds, they are prepared to take the threshold to a higher level. I cannot see how they would be comfortable or happy with a proper war, much as their defense minister said that today in one of the TV programs. I think on Sky TV, I heard him say that we will probably have to be ready for a all-out war because we don't want to be caught with our guard down. But I thought that was just a statement. But having said that, I think they are taking the threshold further up. They obviously feel stung by what happened to their air defense system in earlier in Lahore. By the way, in the same television interview, he was repeatedly asked by the interviewer that was any Chinese equipment involved, and it was very interesting the way he was squirming, and he completely dodged that question. So maybe they've been stung by those attacks on their cities, but whatever it is, this definitely expands the operations and will definitely get a proper appropriate response.
It's great to see you here. Thank you for watching our work.
Sorry, sir. Technical snafu there. Go ahead. Yeah.
No problem at all. So, like I said, I've been texting my friends in Jammu and Srinagar. I haven't got a reply from Srinagar, but people in Jammu repeatedly seem to be saying the same thing. There's a lot of things happening, but they're all happening around the airport area. Fortunately, the city itself seems to be safe. But then again, going and flying on top of the headquarters Northern Command is, to use a Punjabi word, it's a bit of a panga, which I don't think anybody would accept. This is really putting, entering the lion's den and saying, okay, we can even reach your command headquarters. So it will get a response, I'm sure, in due course.
I want to play out some images from the ground as we keep this conversation going. Let's take a look at some of the images that are coming in from the ground.
नहीं हो रही है इंटरसेप्ट कर रहे हो ऊपर ना
That will give you a sense of the tension. I want to play it one more time because I really think it gave us a sense of what's happening on the ground in Jammu. Let's play that video once again.
नहीं हो रही है इंटरसेप्ट कर रहे हो ऊपर ना
Bali, I don't think this feels very performative to the people who are looking at it, but I was talking about this being a post-war country that hasn't seen this, and for them, the sound of these explosions, the orange streaks in the sky, you can see those missile projectiles very clearly in the air in these videos. You want to talk a little bit about that?
This takes me back to my childhood. 65, I remember something, but 71, I definitely remember this happening. Well, I absolutely stand corrected. This is not performative. This is real. They are trying to make a statement in It's not a narrative that they are coining. They are actually making a statement that needs a response. And like I said, it is their calculation, perhaps miscalculation. They can keep raising the threshold and somehow at some point it will stop on its own. It probably won't. Uh, that's where it is. I really have nothing much more to add to this, but this is very brazen. It is irrational in more ways than one, but quite clearly they think this is what they need to do. This is not the time to talk about bigger stuff about what Asif Muri is doing and what is his,
Yeah.
consolidating his place. But it looks like very much a part of that he's not letting go. He's trying to coalesce the population and the opinion behind himself by appearing to be the great warrior against India. Maybe that's the scheme of things. If that's the narrow, cynical way of thinking strategically for Pakistan, then I'm afraid this is very real and this will continue for some time.
I was so busy confirming news that I couldn't process. I was talking to Zafar. Why airports? Why airports? Why airfields? If we could talk a little bit about that, because if anyone is just tuning in, the Jammu airport has come under attack by Pakistani drones. Pakistani missiles have been fired at multiple locations in the Jammu region. We are now seeing enforced blackouts, even where I'm sitting in Amritsar. Pakistan has made an attempt to target the Jaisalmer airfield. Pakistani drone has flown over the Northern Army headquarters in Udhampur. And also, we are, of course, that a projectile has landed near the Jammu University. In Jammu, the main target is the Jammu airport. Everybody, before you respond, we have a user-generated video where you can actually see a resident filming and describing everything that he's seeing. Take a look.
ये जो रेड आप देख रहे हो ना, ये हमारे डिफेंस के है। तो आप देख रहे हो कितने सारे जा रहे हैं। ये मेन हमारी छन्नी सिटी है, जम्मू मेन में हो रहा है ये। वो देखो, फुल स्केल वॉर है भाई, ये फुल स्केल वॉर। लाइट अभी बंद हो रही है भाई। पाकिस्तान इंडियन आर्मी को पूरा सपोर्ट है, पूरा। खत्म कर दो सालों को। लाइट्स बंद हो गई, देखो साइड लाइट्स बंद हो रही है। तो भाई जो भी लोग JNK के बाहर रह रहे हैं, इस वीडियो को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा देखो। ये कारियाना हरकत है पाकिस्तान की। देखो पूरा ब्लैकआउट हो गया। ये मेन सिटी है भाई, ये नीचे एयरपोर्ट है। जो हमारा इंडियन आर्मी का एयरपोर्ट है ना, ये रेड वाले वहाँ से निकल रहे थे अभी। और ये बीच में इनका मेरा ख्याल से कोई फाइटर जेट आया होगा, तो उसी को रिटेलिएट कर रहे थे।
So, now I think we're beginning to get testimonies from the ground. We're getting a real sense of that high tension on the ground. And this is exactly the kind of night that Punjab had last night, especially Amritsar, Jalandhar, Batinda, and Kapurthala. And we had confirmation this morning from our military that Pakistan missiles and drones were targeting airfields in those areas as well. And then we hit back. And now we're in the middle of what we're seeing right now, sir. Why airports? Why airfields? What is Pakistan trying to do, sir?
If you look at the sort of targets that are available to Pakistan, quite clearly there is nothing available in India which they can call or conflate with terrorist camps. There is no such entity here which we attack when we go in. Beyond that, they have the choice of either hitting some centers of population, which is not highly recommended from world opinion point of view. It all comes down to military infrastructure. The most visible military infrastructure and the damage to which can also give dividends in case there are follow-up operations is certainly an airfield. I think that would be part of the calculation, because just as they are attacking our airfields, and they're expecting if we are going to retaliate, possibly our airfields will come into play, as they would have come into play on the night of 7th and 8th when we took off and fired missiles into their territory. So I think airport makes very good sense, both from the point of view making a big splash, making a statement, as well as doing damage, which can possibly uh, delay or slow down any response by India. So I think that would be the calculation. I believe things are still on in Jammu, from what I hear, and
Yeah.
the frequency of the
I was trying to check that, and my source is saying that there's a brief lull right now. It's not like it's over and
there
it's
is
done.
no the what so what my wonderful
Yeah.
friends are telling me is that the frequency of the all the all the lights that you're seeing going up in the sky seems to have come down. It hasn't stopped, but it looks like the intensity is somewhat lower. So maybe, well, I'm not going to speculate whether this is the end of it or not. So let's wait and see.
So again, my question to you is, from the very beginning, since Operation Sindoor was launched and then communicated to the country and the world, the one question that everybody had was, how do you calibrate the escalatory ladder? When this first started, this news of Jammu, the attacks last night in different parts of Punjab, and right now in Jammu, in Pathankot, in Srinagar, in Jaisalmer, Jammu airport. Initially you felt, okay, listen, maybe Pakistan Army needs something symbolic to take back to its people. But the scale, the coordination, the fact that there have been missiles and drones deployed again, and also what Zafar was saying earlier, that while they're doing this from the air, there's also artillery firing at the line of control, at the border. So they're attacking from the air and they're attacking from the ground. They're clearly they're clearly leaving India no option but to hit even harder. I don't again want to
Absolutely.
speculate on anything operational, but just a
Yeah.
general concept.
Absolutely. So, yesterday when we were discussing this, the word cultivated irrationality came up several times. Pakistan always does something which to us, from our templates, appears irrational. This really looks irrational because if you look at the type of messaging we have done, the type of messages we have telegraphed right through, it has been that we are going to be calibrated, we are going to be measured. We initially avoided military targets. We have shown we've taken every precaution to make sure that we don't enlarge the theater. As a matter of fact, when the foreign minister of Iran was visiting yesterday, Mr. Jaishankar assured him that we had no desire to escalate this any further if Pakistan stopped. And even today's press conference was very calibrated, very measured in showing our intent that we were not really keen to keep increasing the level of hostility. But for some reason, and I cannot fathom what, except that the Pakistani army is somehow trying to validate its very existence to its people. Beyond that, strategically, what are they going to achieve with their parlous sense of parlous economy, with their standing in the world order, with everyone knowing what they have been up to? What are they going to achieve by just keep escalating is really defies logic. So, but having said that, we have to play with the cards we are dealt. And the cards we are dealt is that we have an irrational enemy who's decided that he can keep increasing the threshold and somehow it will still remain within manageable bounds. Well, we hope so, but I think the bets are off. Today has been a very major escalation by them, and I am quite certain the powers that be will take appropriate action to answer this. But this is actually, if you look at strategy and what is the end result? This defies me. This absolutely defies me.
So maybe I'm just thinking, I'm just trying to think that maybe the effort here is to make it look so grave that the world steps in and urges de-escalation. Because as we are talking, we have this comment from the US State Department spokesperson. Secretary Marco Rubio has spoken with External Affairs Minister Jay Shankar and immediate de-escalation. Let me read out the full statement. The Secretary emphasized the need for immediate de-escalation. Is that
There is
Pakistan's
also,
old? Isn't it? Hasn't it
yeah,
always been that way? Have also been accepted as Jalandhar, but hasn't that always been Pakistan's great nuclear blackmail, that you threaten to ratchet up tensions to a degree where when India tries to curtail terrorism, you create a situation where you go whining to the world and the world then steps in. So I want you to talk about, when you say it defies me, what are they trying to do? Maybe that's what they're trying to do. Maybe what they're trying to do is to get India to back off, get the world to get India to back off.
This has always been the back of their thinking. It was at the back of the thinking in Kargil. The whole strategy was based on the fact that they could just come and occupy what we have, and because they're a nuclear powered country and so are we, the world will step in, and at some point they would have just moved the line of control forward without firing a shot. Obviously, their calculations were very, very poorly thought through. Yes, this could be part of it, but this is quite a price to pay just to attract world attention. I mean, there is a point beyond which a child who's crying for attention, loses all legitimacy. This is, I don't know whether that is part of their thinking, to attract the world and say, stop us. But they're the ones who are not stopping. They had an option. They had an option to be performative and then, say, stop, like we stopped after Balakot. We didn't escalate after they came in a day after Balakot. But this is not the way they are thinking. I think there is more to it. I think there's not just the world attention. For some reason, possibly it has there is a longer shadow being cast on their domestic politics. And I think they're trying to prove a point inwards that, look, we are your last saviors and somehow we are the ones who are giving an answer to India. But whatever it is, to me, as a retired man with no connection with any policy, I just would still say it looks like a horrid miscalculation.
Yeah, but it's, as you mentioned, General Bali, the frequency of the firing has reduced. But this is the update we have. Kushal Mehra is back with us. It's 8 minutes past 10, and for the last hour and a half and counting, Pakistan has launched missile and drone attacks at multiple points in Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, and even in Jaisalmer in Rajasthan. The Jammu airport was targeted. Multiple points in the Jammu region. 8 missiles were targeted at Satwari, Samba, Arispur, and Adia in the Jammu region. A projectile from these firings fell near the Jammu University. A drone flew over the Northern Army headquarters in Udhampur. The Pathankot base, Air Force base, was attempted to be targeted, was thwarted. All of these attempts have been foiled so far. There is some information coming of action against a fighter jet. We are not going ahead with that right now. We are awaiting some more details. But I want to play out some more videos, some more images that are coming in from the ground. Let's take a look, put the sound up, please, so we get a sense of what is happening on the ground.
भाई ये वही वाले हैं। हाँ, वही बनाया वीडियो से।
सब फंसे हुए हैं दुर्गा भवन में, और ये बाहर का व्यू है।
नहीं हो रही है।
इंटरसेप्ट कर रहे हो ऊपर ना।
As the Air Marshal on our program, Kushal was saying I think an hour ago when you were here, this is real, boss. It is real, not a video game. This is real. The airport in Jammu, the Pathankot Airbase, Srinagar Airbase, Jaisalmer Airfield, Northern Army Command, a project near Jammu University, Pathankot Airbase, all spotted so far, but the night is long. Kushal Mehra.
Yeah, it's long, and the first sentiment, as always, my I can't say prayers. I'm an atheist. क्या करूं? आदत से मजबूर हूं. But my good wishes with the army, with the citizens in all these areas, and we have to be very careful in our communication, Barkha. We, time and again, the Pakistanis are going to try to play it as if, they're not doing anything. They're not the one escalating. They're not the one. And this is the time we have to be very careful about our communication strategy too. I think we've been good, whether it's the government and whether it's even the opposition. Now, I don't know how you feel about it, but I think right now the government should only send the opposition to speak to the international media on behalf of India. This is my sentiment, and I had just said it on another show that Manish Tiwari, Shashi Tharoor, and Asaduddin Owaisi should be the only three names that should go out and speak on behalf of India right now, so that the world knows that this is India. We may bicker during other times. You hit us, we all come together. And I sincerely hope the government considers this. And I hope all of you, who have a much bigger voice than mine, start telling the government that consider this. Because when you send a message like this, when a Manish Tiwari and a Shashi Tharoor start speaking on behalf of India, then they don't know who the government is and who the opposition is. I sincerely hope the government takes this suggestion. It's just my suggestion. I have tried to send it to multiple people. I hope they take it.
No, I actually love that because it's actually been quite a powerful moment to see how this country has come together as one. Irrespective of what your differences may be otherwise, and that's a powerful idea. But at this moment, a big shout out to the air defense system of India that is having to respond. You're seeing some latest images, and could we play these up sound? Is it possible? Is it possible to play these images on our screen? But it gives you a real sense, I think, of the tension on the ground. All right, it's could we get them? Could we get another version with audio, please? Bali, this is serious stuff. Look at that! Look at that! Look at that image.
Yes, yes, it is real stuff. Whatever is on fire, obviously, this is very real. This is not performative. This is not just a symbolic statement being made. It is being done by an opponent who feels, or irrationally, I think, that the threshold can go up without there being terminal consequences. There would be consequences for all this. And but what is happening now is befuddles my mind for the simple reason that I do not know what the end game can be. It cannot be Pakistan's desire at any level to engage us in a conventional war, given the state of their economy. So I don't know what the thought is. Yeah.
I'm getting news that Ajit Doval is meeting with the Prime Minister. The IPL, like anyone gives a shit. Sorry, I'm sure maybe you guys do. Is probably set to be called off. The match at Dharamshala today was stopped. Kushal?
Yeah, IPL should be moved to Dubai to send a message that we can conduct. No, why not? Barkha, we have conducted the IPL in Dubai in the past. हम IPL कर चुके हैं. जब COVID हुआ था and we could not manage the bubble, we actually did it in Dubai.
Even South Africa.
So, Barkha, what that will send a message to the Pakistanis. तुम्हारी PSL तो हमने बंद करा दी, देख हमारी IPL तो हम 5 दिन में दूसरे देश में ले गए. I think we should seriously consider that shifting. Obviously, because international players and their safety should be a priority for India, because we are a mature nation and we don't have a mullah running the country, Asim Munir. But I just want to add my bit over here. As far as Asim Munir is concerned, what options does he have other than, if he goes off, he loses his image in the country, right? In Pakistan. Uske paas option kya hai, Barkha? Aap think like Asim Munir, na? If you think like I know it's very hard to think like a radicalized nut job, but even if we try to think like a radicalized nut job, because, we forget he's the first Hafiz-e-Quran, Army General of Pakistan. He is the first proper radicalized Pakistani general. So we have no option. What face saver does he have? Aap mere ko ye batao na. Somebody explain this to me. What face saver does he have? He does not have an off ramp here.
Pakistani. So not to sort of contradict what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. There was a similar Mullah General on top when Balakot happened and things stopped. What I thought, and I've been proved wrong already, is this. When we went in on the night of 7th and 8th, in the morning at 7 o'clock, the DG ISPR was already saying that we brought down 5 Indian aircraft, and as far as we are concerned, our response has already been muscular enough. Their Prime Minister actually made a statement in the Parliament, which translated into English also meant that we have done what we had to do. We have played our hand. We have shown them, it's not easy to attack us. We brought down 5 aircraft, no less. I had a feeling at that point of time, and like I said, I have been proven wrong. I thought maybe they were playing to their own gallery and showing that we've been muscular enough. What the hell? We have shot down their aircraft and we have shown them their place. That's how it happened in Balakot. We went to Balakot. They came next day, dropped a few bombs in a field near some brigade headquarters. No damage done. And they said, look, we have shown. And everybody said, cool. As far as the Pakistani media was concerned, Pakistan had won. And as far as we are concerned, we had done a bit. And things stopped. So I was thinking, if there is any modicum of good sense, which is expecting far, far too much from that country or anybody in that country, perhaps given the state of their economy, given the state of where it might go in the end, they would stop at some level by showing a strong hand, and playing it to the gallery. But obviously that is not the case. Obviously, Asim Munir does think that he needs to keep, upping the ante. But I still can't see the end result of all this. It's not a movie that'll play out well for them. So I don't know.
So here's my question to both of you. Kushal just said, what's the off-ramp, right? What is the off-ramp? And that's a question that's been asked by almost everybody since the Pahalgam terror attack. And we talk so much about escalatory dominance, the escalatory ladder. This is almost like Pakistan pushing up from the escalatory ladder. We are getting reactions from the US State Department, from the UN Secretary General. Let me just play that out, because I have a question. I am wondering, cynically, is Pakistan doing this so that the world will call up India and say, bhai, mat karo, ab aur mat karo? And how will India respond if that happens? Take a look. The deputy spokesperson for the UN Secretary General has spoken. Take a look.
I am not 100% sure if you already said something about Pakistan and India, but if not, obviously the tensions are spiraling a bit more out of control today, and I want to ask you if you have a comment or a warning. Or
Our comment is the same as what we've been saying and what the Secretary General made clear to you at the start of this week, that the world cannot afford another conflict between India and Pakistan. And he has offered his good offices, but certainly we encourage all efforts to de-escalate the situation and encourage both India and Pakistan to exercise maximum restraint.
Is this the game plan, Kushal? Is this the game? Is this what they're playing at? Is this the off-ramp? कि खुद तो हम off-ramp जा नहीं सकते, तो दुनिया से करवाएं.
तो यार दुनिया से करवाना है अगर, बरखा सॉरी मैं हिंदी में इसका उत्तर दूंगा, दुनिया से करवाना है तो ये जो हमारे 7 शहरों में इस समय ये लोग अटैक कर रहे हैं, तो क्या करने की जरूरत है? क्या मतलब अभी we just heard that they don't stand a chance against us in an combat situation. तो मतलब इतनी ईगो, थूक नहीं चाटनी, अरे थूक तो चाटनी पड़ेगी ना भाई आसिम मुनीर को, थूक चाटे बगैर कैसे बाहर निकलेगा? वो चाहता है कि वो थूक भी ना चाटे और ऑफ रैम्प भी मिल जाए, ऐसे थोड़ी ना होता है, ये नहीं होगा ना यार, थूक तो चाटनी पड़ेगी। आई तो हियर क्या पता नहीं अभी मैं और क्या क्या सुन रहा हूँ, न्यूज में आ गया अभी, आई डोंट वांट से दीज थिंग्स क्योंकि अभी I mean, मैं कोई कंफर्म किए बगैर कुछ नहीं बोल रहा हूँ. I mean, you know what I'm talking about.
Same. And I'm holding back a lot of things for the same reasons. I'd rather be late.
Not that I'm sad about the news, I know, but I'm just saying.
Same. But we've got to wait. General Bali, I know you're experiencing a blackout yourself, and the batteries of your devices are declining, and the electricity
General
is
Bali,
gone.
अपना ध्यान रखिएगा.
Yes, absolutely. So, I fully agree with what was just said about, why do all this if finally you're going to do, why not open the door a little bit for yourself? This is like shutting the door by attacking 6-7 places and doing so much. By the way, things have quietened in Jammu, hopefully for the night, but I can tell you right now because I just got a text from a friend. So hopefully things are quietening down, but it's going to be a long night for sure. And if you want a piece of very different, you discuss IPL, if you want a piece of very different news and a different kind of smoke, white smoke has been seen on Vatican, so you should know that.
Yeah.
So that's a different
All right,
smoke there.
Generally, I'm going to go because I know you're on very limited electricity. There's a blackout where you are. There's a blackout where I am as well. So I don't want to keep you. Kushal, please stay with us a few more moments at least. Thanks, General Bali. You've been very patient and you've explained a lot of things to us. I want to play out. We have sound up on those dramatic and chilling visuals we saw in Arispura in the Jammu region, where Pakistan's drones and missiles have been intercepted and neutralized by Indian air defense systems. Let's take a look.
मुंह में बम गिर गया गाइस, आरसपुरा में चेक करो. मुंह में बम गिर गया गाइस, आरसपुरा में चेक करो. मुंह में बम गिर गया गाइस, आरसपुरा में चेक करो.
I mean, a lot of the information we're going to get is by citizen-generated content, because they're the ones who are at the receiving end. I mean, none of us, we try and be as much on the ground as possible, but we can't be everywhere all at once. And this is coming from all, it's coming, Kushal, from all directions. I want to play out just a couple of more videos. Let's play out something of what's happening on the ground. Let's take a look.
भाई ये वही वाले हैं. हाँ, तो बनाया वीडियो सही.
सब फंसे हुए हैं दुर्गा भवन में, और ये बाहर का व्यू है.
हम नहीं जा रहे हैं
पूरा ब्लैक.
सब लोग अपनी दुकानों की, अपने घरों की, अपनी गाड़ियों की.
भाई ये जो रेड आप देख रहे हो ना, ये हमारे डिफेंस के है. तो आप देख रहे हो कितने सारे जा रहे हैं. ये मेन हमारी छन्नी सिटी है, जम्मू मेन में हो रहा है ये. तो देखो फुल स्केल वॉर है भाई, ये फुल स्केल वॉर. लाइट अभी बंद हो रही है. भाई पाकिस्तान इंडियन आर्मी को पूरा सपोर्ट है, पूरा। खत्म कर दो सालों को। लाइट्स बंद हो गई, देखो साइड लाइट्स बंद हो रही है। तो भाई जो भी लोग JNK के बाहर रह रहे हैं, इस वीडियो को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा देखो। ये कारियाना हरकत है पाकिस्तान की। देखो पूरा ब्लैकआउट हो गया। ये मेन सिटी है भाई, ये नीचे एयरपोर्ट है। जो हमारा इंडियन आर्मी का एयरपोर्ट है ना, ये रेड वाले वहाँ से निकल रहे थे अभी। और ये बीच में इनका मेरा ख्याल से कोई फाइटर जेट आया होगा, तो उसी को रिटेलिएट कर रहे थे।
आप देख रहे हैं शेलिंग की आवाज़ आ रही है, फायरिंग की आवाज़ आ रही है। बाकी हवाओं में कुछ जैसे धुएं की लाइन भी हमें दिखी है जी।
तो इस समय क्या आप डर का माहौल बना हुआ है?
डर का माहौल आप सड़कों पे देखिए तो गाड़ी चलना बंद हो चुकी है, सुनसान हो चुकी है सड़कें, पूरा ब्लैकआउट हो चुका है, लाइटें गुम हैं।
अभी भी आवाजें आ रही हैं?
आवाजें तो अभी मतलब गोलियों की फायरिंग की आवाज आ रही है, बाकी ब्लास्ट की भी आवाज आ रही है जी।
तो आप अपनी सुरक्षा का मद्देनजर ध्यान रख रहे हैं?
जी बिल्कुल ख्याल रख रहे हैं। हम घरों से बाहर हैं, तो बाकी हमें अपनी सेनाओं पर पूर्ण विश्वास है। वो हमें कभी आप देख रहे हैं शेलिंग की आवाज आ रही है, फायरिंग की आवाज आ रही है। बाकी हवाओं में कुछ जैसे धुएं की लाइन भी हमें दिखी है जी।
तो इस समय क्या आप डर का माहौल बना हुआ है?
डर का माहौल आप सड़कों पे देखिए तो गाड़ी चलना बंद हो चुकी है, सुनसान हो चुकी है सड़कें, पूरा ब्लैकआउट हो चुका है, लाइटें गुम हैं।
अभी भी आवाजें आ रही हैं?
आवाजें तो अभी मतलब गोलियों की फायरिंग की आवाज आ रही है, बाकी ब्लास्ट की भी आवाज आ रही है जी।
तो आप अपनी सुरक्षा का मद्देनजर ध्यान रख रहे हैं?
जी बिल्कुल ख्याल रख रहे हैं। हम घरों से बाहर हैं, तो बाकी हमें अपनी सेनाओं पर पूर्ण विश्वास है।
All right, chilling testimonies. There are blackouts now in Punjab, in cities from Chandigarh to Jalandhar to Amritsar, where I am right now. Of course, all across Jammu, the IPL match in Dharamshala suspended. The floodlights in the stadium have gone off, and we can now read out to you an official statement. An official statement that has come from the Northern Army Command and also from the Army headquarters. The military stations of Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur in proximity to the international boundary, that's the international border in Jammu and Kashmir, targeted by Pakistan using missiles and drones. There have been no losses. The threat has been neutralized by the Indian Armed Forces as per SOP with kinetic and non-kinetic means. It means that it's interesting what it means. What I think it means is with defensive and offensive reactions.
Maneuvers.
That's maneuvers. Right. I want to welcome at this late hour Yashovardhan Azad and former GOC 15 Corps General Atta Hasnain. General Hasnain, you have a smile on your face.
No, I was only smiling, Barkha, because you were explaining what is kinetic and non-kinetic. Non-kinetic essentially means electronic measures, electronic warfare measures. That is what is there to neutralize the drones which are coming in or the missiles coming in. The kinetic means are explosive means.
Yes. So in this context, now that we know General Hasnain and Yashovardhan Azad, and first as Kushal points out, we must start every hour of every day these days thanking gentlemen like you for your service to this country. Yashovardhan Azad has been an IPS officer and in the IB. General Hasnain has been Brigade Commander Uri. He has commanded the 15 Corps that is looking after the entire Kashmir Valley in some of its worst years. And so I want to salute all of you. I don't know where I've gone. Yeah, there's Yashovardhan Azad and there's General Hasnain. So salute, sir.
Thank you
Sirs,
very much. Thank you.
General Sen, I was driving to Jammu and I had to stop on the outskirts of Amritsar once all this started happening. And यहाँ पे भी blackout है. यहाँ कल रात को, as we know, the kind of things we're seeing happen in Jammu happened in Amritsar, where we saw, balls of fire in the sky, explosions. At the time, people were told that it's a drill, but it was the real thing. We now know that through the night, Pakistan launched last night and this evening missiles and drones, and they were intercepted by the Indian defense system that then went in hard this morning, hitting and neutralizing an air defense system in Lahore, but also targeting air defense systems and radars in Karachi, Rawalpindi, and Sialkot. Now, India still emphasized that India is non-escalatory and will not climb up the escalatory ladder provided Pakistan behaves. Pakistan did not behave. For the last 2 hours, and both of you will know this already, Jammu Airport, Pathankot Air Base, the airfield in Srinagar, the Northern Army Command, Jaisalmer, and other spots on the western border, many other places outside of Jammu city, Arispura, Akhnur, have come under attack. Those attacks have been thwarted. And just as you joined, the statement from the military is those attacks have been thwarted with kinetic and non-kinetic means. Could you give us your sense of what's happening, sir?
You want me to start first, Barkha?
Please, sir. Please, sir.
Okay. Then we can go to Yashobardhan Saab after that. Right. This is a typical spiral kind of a situation, escalatory situation, which we always anticipated may take off. And all of us somehow continue to apply rationale to the situation. We all said Pakistan doesn't have the means to fight. Pakistan is a much weaker country. The economy is in shambles at the moment. They've got 3 days or 4 days of ammunition. None of this actually applies to Pakistan, as we can see. We saw this in Kargil also at that time. We've seen it repeatedly after that. That the biggest weapon that Pakistan has got in its quiver is actually the doctrine of irrationality. And when you combine that doctrine of irrationality with a personality such as General Asim Munir, who is a Hafiz also, and who is deeply ideological, and who believes in the two-nation theory, and who believes that Hindus and Muslims cannot live together, all this becomes absolutely acidic. And that's exactly what is being played out here. And especially again, when you have a man in command on the other side who's completing his 3 years as the chief of the Pakistan Army and wants to look for a second tenure again, an extended tenure again, who in his tenure has also lost out tremendously in terms of his own reputation because of various incidents which have taken place, like the incident on the 9th of May 2023, when a mob entered into the corps headquarters at Lahore and raided the corps commander's house. So all this has led to a huge kind of a self-esteem. His self-esteem has been very low. And therefore you find this kind of an irrational acts which he's undertaking, decisions which he's making. It reminds you of none other than Pervez Musharraf. Pervez Musharraf was in the same mold. A typical SSG man. Here is a man who's an ISI man from deep intelligence background. Nothing, no aspersions on Yashobardhan Azad Saab, because he is also a very strong intelligence professional. But intelligence professionals have something different in them. And here, the ex-DG ISI is now the army chief, who has to take certain decisions here. He is just taking decisions against the run of play completely. The event in Pahalgam was against the run of play completely. And now when India has actually given him a window to de-escalate, we made sure, although we targeted the heartland, we targeted the center of gravity in Punjab, but we targeted 9 very important targets in objectives inside Pakistan, but we went after the terror infrastructure. And this is one aspect of appreciation in my mind, which I was discussing very often with people, was what will Pakistan respond to against us, in the case they have to escalate at all or respond at all, just even for their self-esteem. And my conjecture was he will hit Bhatinda, he will hit Bikaner or something like that, and that too only against military garrisons in these areas. Will that amount to almost war? And that is war. So we are seeing this situation, all that we imagined, now coming back here in this particular manner. The first strike was by him in Pahalgam. The second strike was by us against the terrorist infrastructure, no civilian targets. He, after that, has taken on to Operation Sindoor 2.0 virtually by trying to strike us back here. Now, when we responded and destroyed the radars in these areas and created holes in the air defense system of Pakistan, the much reputed air defense system, we thought he will stop here because he knows that we can do tremendous destruction inside his center of gravity. But he's not chosen to do that. He's decided not to come back for Sindoor 3.0. I was hoping that tonight would be a night after which we could relax, de-escalate. But obviously, it's going to be a night of a difference. And tomorrow will be another day.
General Hussain, I was listening to you very carefully and at the same time trying to do this reporter's job of multitasking. We have a very, very important update. Our source is not sure of the aircraft, but we have confirmed news that a Pakistani pilot is in Indian custody. This is big news at this moment.
Compliments and congratulations, I would say.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. And this is a very important development. We all remember Abhinandan Vartaman taken into captivity after Balakot. And we now can confirm to you the big breaking news: a Pakistani pilot is in Indian custody. I am trying to get more details. I have a green signal to report this much, so I am reporting it. Please carry on now, General Hussain and Yashovardhan and Kushal.
Over to Yashovardhan, sir.
Well, Barkha, let me say at the very outset that what has happened is that this kind of an escalatory tactics which Pakistan is using now is surprising, because there was a statement earlier from the government that if India does not do anything which is more provocative than this, then we are willing to settle down. But obviously, as General Hussain said, and let me thank you, General Hussain, we see you, people like generals like you, and we feel so confident and happy that we don't have warmongers, but we have people who can talk rationally and settle issues rather than going to war. The first thing which I want to say about this is, as he's absolutely right, that after we made these strikes against these terror bases and camps, I thought there was no reason to escalate it any further after the Pakistani government made that announcement. But it's quite apparent that General Munir has prevailed, and you can imagine the loss of face for the Chief of Staff in Pakistan, and therefore he has got no other option but to escalate. And I was expecting this strike coming from Pakistan, and therefore after last night, what is happening in Jammu, I called my colleague there, Ashok Bhan, who was Director General earlier there, and he said there are a lot of missiles, a lot of explosions, but yet no aircraft. But the news which Barkha, you said, I understand that F-16 was shot down, which started from Sargodha. And if he's a pilot, we have got in our custody, is excellent, and we should treat him absolutely according to the.
I have some more information. My source does not confirm the taking down of the F-16, but my source does confirm that the pilot taken into Indian custody is in Jaisalmer. It has happened in Jaisalmer, where an attack was attempted. Sorry, Mr. Azad, this news is just coming in bit by bit. I'm trying to get information as I'm talking to you. Go ahead, sir.
Well, it's absolutely great news. But this escalatory spiral which we are talking about, and General is well aware, is we expected that. We expected that at the LOC, the firing will become more intense. They are using their ultimate artillery, the howitzer guns. And now they are attacking Jammu. That was again expected, because then to choose the sites, the military sites where they have failed with their, I believe the next attack should be coming in the form of a swarm of drones. That should be the next stage. But this, if this news about F-16 is not true, I'm very happy, because that means a real escalation into the next higher level. I do hope now we as a country cannot afford war. We are at 7.5% rate of growth. That country is 2% rate of growth. The war is going to damage us much, much more. So there should be a way out of this. But in the meantime, the retaliatory action which we are taking is absolutely correct. And I'm sure left to the generals and the Air Force officers that we have, will be able to give just the appropriate response, but not an escalatory response. And I mean, I'm very confident when I say this, because at a time like this, it is very, very important to hit back and not escalate.
Kushal, do you want to come in on this? Again, the big breaking news of this hour is that multiple missiles and drone attacks in a coordinated manner by Pakistan at Jammu, where the airport was targeted, in areas around Jammu, Arispura, Akhnur, Samba, Srinagar. Again, the airport was targeted. Northern Army Command in Udhampur, Jaisalmer, Pathankot Air Base. All of these coordinated missile and drone firings by Pakistan have been foiled. And the big news is that a Pakistani pilot has been taken in Indian custody. He was captured in Jaisalmer, where too there was an attempt to hit the airfield. Kushal, this is breaking here first. Go ahead.
Well, as far as the Pakistani pilot is concerned, I hope we treat him in properly. That's my first response, because you see, we are different people. General Saab hain, Azad Saab hain idhar. I mean, that's our natural response. We're not Asim Munir. You know, we treat our enemy with respect too, and we're going to do that. I hope that happens. I don't want anything bad done to that boy, because he also is serving his country's army, albeit a nut job general running it. But I don't know if you guys saw, this is just now at 10:26 p.m. The Honorable Minister of External Affairs has just said this. He deeply appreciates US commitment to work with India in the fight against terrorism, underlined India's targeted and measured response to cross-border terrorism. We will firmly counter any attempts at escalation. The last line. Now, if this is what the Honorable Minister has said, then you know what's happening next. Now, my question to General Saab in this scenario is, sir, अगर ये नूरा कुश्ती कब तक चलेगी फिर? मुझे यही नहीं समझ में आ रहा है कि ये आसिम मुनीर को ऑफ रैंप, मैं पहले वाले गेस्ट से भी पूछा था, मैं आपसे भी पूछ रहा हूँ, ये भाई जो है हमारा हाफिज कुरान है, जो पागल है, इसको ऑफ रैंप क्या मिलने वाला है? इसको तो कोई ऑफ रैंप है ही नहीं, तो ये करेगा क्या फिर?
वही मैंने आपको बताया ना कि इसका जो डॉक्ट्रिन है वो एक डॉक्ट्रिन ऑफ इरैशनैलिटी है. फॉलोअर है ये परवेज मुशर्रफ साहब का भी वही चीज अपना रहा है, थिंकिंग दैट एट सम स्टेज this whole situation will tilt in his favor. I don't know how he imagines that at all. With a as you just said, 2% growth, what can he expect from the Pakistan economy? Can he fight a war at all? पूरा $650 million का ammunition बेच कर बैठे हैं ये यूक्रेन को. 3-4 दिन का इनके पास ammunition है. So with all this in mind, I mean, no one can really assess as to what does the man actually want. और ये पहलगाम करा क्यों? Did he think that this would lead to an ultimate advantage, Asim Munir? वो सवाल मेरे दिमाग में भी खलबली मची हुई है कि वो इसने सोच विचार क्या किया. I think he just wants to take this up to a level जहां पर ultimately de-escalation हो, उसको भी मालूम है कि de-escalation होगा, मगर in the process he is shown to be a man who has resisted and shown India its place, not realizing that India is in the process of de-escalation throughout. डॉक्ट्रिन ही हमारा de-escalation का है. हम जिन्होंने एक गड्ढा बना दिया है, we made a hole in that air defense system of Lahore and Rawalpindi. उसके अंदर some drone पे drone we could have fired on the general headquarters, but we have rather fired on that stadium. हमें क्या लगी थी इसमें करने?
मुझे एक और can I ask one more question, Barkha, if you don't mind?
Yeah, please.
तो जनरल साहब एक और क्वेश्चन था इसमें. In a scenario like this, now when we look at the air defense systems also, it's quite clear. मतलब हम तो लाहौर में ऐसे मस्ती के लिए चले गए और फिर वो मस्ती को कंफर्म करने के लिए वापस जाके भी वापस आ गए. तो इनका तो पता क्या एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम ढोसा है. हमने तो काफी कैपेसिटी के साथ मतलब S-400s. Honestly, जनरल साहब मैं खुद हैरान हो गया हूँ on the S-400 and its capability and capacity. So can you educate us on that? Like because I am sincerely shocked. मतलब मेरे को शायद थोड़ा एज एन इंडियन इम्पोस्टर सिंड्रोम था कि हमारे में कैपेसिटी नहीं है. कैन यू maybe explain that to us?
देखिए जब मैं when I superannuated from the army, one of the biggest weaknesses of the Indian army was air defense. There is no doubt about it. Last 1971 में हमारी air defense activate हुई थी properly और उसके बाद से कभी नहीं हुई है. And somehow we were very tardy in the acquisition of systems, etc. ये एक बहुत बड़ी opportunity आई हमारे पास. And the S-400, it was an investment of 39,000 crores. For 5 regiment के लिए 39,000 crores. And we also resisted. We fully resisted the Katsa. जो उस वक्त Katsa लग रहा था हम पर. America was wanting to put Katsa on us, right? Countering America's adversaries through the Sanctions Act, as you're aware of. मगर somehow we got over it because our relationship was strong with Trump at that particular time. 5 regiment अभी भी आई नहीं है शायद, जहां तक मेरी खबर है, क्योंकि the Ukraine war broke out and the S-400 manufacturing system came under a tremendous amount of pressure. तो अभी भी हमारे पास 3 या 3.5 regiment आई हैं. मगर एक रेजिमेंट को 400, 400, 450, 500 किलोमीटर का फ्रंटेज कवर करती है, उतनी डेप्थ कवर करती है. तो पुटिंग इट ऑन द बॉर्डर इन द क्रूशियल एरियाज, एनीथिंग मतलब रेडार के सामने कुछ भी आएगा उसको पिन पॉइंट एक्यूरेसी के साथ द S-400 कैन डिस्ट्रॉय. It's been a transformational kind of a weapon in the Ukraine war too, and whole world is looking at the Chinese. I think the Chinese wanted it. They've also got the S-400, I think, from Russia. The North Koreans have taken it. Lots and lots of nations are looking for the S-400. And इसके बाद तो लग रहा है कि और ज्यादा इनके ऊपर डिमांड बढ़ेगा. But obviously our defense system, our integrated defense system. Now this is not simply just the S-400. There are other elements also in it, which I may not be able to describe to you in detail as such. But there are lots and lots of gun systems, missile systems, which go into making an integrated air defense system. And that has really paid dividends this time, as it is we can see on the ground.
So if that is the case, and Asim Munir knows that we have a robust air defense system, and the dum-dum does not have it, तो ये मतलब सर उसकी मत मारी गई है.
भाई एसिमेट्री है, आप समझ लीजिए. देयर इज एन एसिमेट्री. ये तो इंडिया पाकिस्तान की एसिमेट्री इज समथिंग व्हिच इज ओपन सीक्रेट. एवरीवन नोज अबाउट इट. इनफैक्ट जियाउल हक ने जो पूरा डॉक्ट्रिन ऑफ 1000 कट्स जो अपनाया था वाज बेस्ड अपॉन दिस द थियरी ऑफ एसिमेट्री कि पाकिस्तान कैन नॉट कॉम्पीट अगेंस्ट इंडिया, कैन नॉट डिफीट इट इन अ कन्वेंशनल वॉर, कैन नॉट कॉम्पीट अगेंस्ट इट इन इकोनॉमिक्स. तो कोई तरीका जिससे कंपटीशन कर सकता है वाज ए सिस्टम ऑफ 1000 कट्स. हाइब्रिड वॉर, हाइब्रिडिटी आप इस्तेमाल करिए. और क्योंकि हाइब्रिड वॉर को लड़ने के लिए सिर्फ आर्मी का इस्तेमाल नहीं कर सकते, आपको ऑल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच करनी पड़ेगी. भारत के पास वो डायनेमिक सिस्टम नहीं है, उस वक्त कोई डॉक्ट्रिन नहीं था. तो दैट इज व्हाई ही हैज बीन एबल टू एक्सटेंड this from 1989 till 2025. But अब जो है ये एक hybrid system अपनाया जा रहा है. Now the government of India, the entire nation is coming together on this counter hybrid war kind of a doctrine. और इसके ऊपर काफी जोर दिया जा रहा है. You know, for example, removing the networks from Kashmir. कश्मीर के अंदर अगर हमने कोई सक्सेस पाई है पिछले कुछ सालों में, is primarily because the NIA has been able to neutralize the financial networks, political networks जो थे वहां पर, separatist networks, जो overground networks, मीडिया के नेटवर्क्स, दुनिया भर के नेटवर्क्स थे वहां, जाल फैलाया हुआ था. एक सिग्नल के ऊपर you could launch 1,000 people on a stone throwing spree. But now that cannot be done because all this has been undone and been neutralized to a great extent by us.
Yeah. Now, at this moment, General Hasnain, I want you to talk a little bit about the kinetic and non-kinetic response. We're getting reports that India has, of course, started retaliating in much the same way as we targeted air defense systems in Lahore, Sialkot, Karachi, and Rawalpindi. Those counterattacks are ongoing. What would you say about what might happen next?
I hope that our offensive is comprehensive in the sense that it caters for jamming systems, to jam the various systems, etc. Because there's going to be a lot of effort towards preventing the entry of our systems into the designated airspace of Pakistan. You have seen that Pakistan failed to counter most of our systems. Our systems managed to penetrate through that, went through and destroyed the radars. I mean, destroying a HQ-9 radar of what the Chinese have provided them is supposed to be a fail-safe kind of a radar. Destroying it in such a manner is supposed to be a military sacrilege virtually, because it is protected, electronically protected at all times. I hope so that now that we are doing it, we are taking all the necessary measures to ensure that electronically we continue to protect and defend ourselves, neutralize the various networks of the adversary on the other side, and that is going to create more and more holes in the air defense system there, which will allow us to continue a successful missile firing spree. Now, we will have to decide very clearly at some stage, because I foresee that Pakistan will start targeting, at least if not cities, if not population areas, but definitely cantonments and military garrisons. ये तो वो जरूर करेंगे अभी थोड़े दिन देर के बाद. In fact, if anything which is under threat and under danger at the moment, it is the military garrisons and cantonments along the border. अगर इनके ऊपर करके और यहाँ पर casualties इन्होंने की, we will be in a huge dilemma at that time. Should we take the next step? Should we take this to the civilian areas? Will this become a Gaza kind of a bombing, where we start looking at civil targets which cannot respond back against us? We are not a nation of that kind. As Yashuvardhan Azad Sahab has just now said, we are not a nation of that kind. We've got certain morals, we've got certain ethics, we go by that. And that may be one of our major weaknesses, actually. But at some stage, hard decisions will have to be made on this.
Right. I want to play from the ground, even as we're getting reports of India's counterattacks on major Pakistan cities. We're awaiting those details. What the targets are, we don't know. It could continue to be air defense systems. It could continue to be airfields in the manner that Pakistan has tried to target ours. Let me play out some images and sights and sounds from the ground, especially coming in from the region of Jammu. Take a look.
भाई ये वही वाले हैं. हाँ, बनाया वीडियो सही.
सब फंसे हुए हैं दुर्गा भवन में और ये बाहर का व्यू है।
भाई ये जो रेड आप देख रहे हो ना, ये हमारे डिफेंस के है। तो आप देख रहे हो कितने सारे जा रहे हैं। ये मेन हमारी छन्नी सिटी है, जम्मू मेन में हो रहा है ये। वो देखो फुल स्केल वॉर है भाई, ये फुल स्केल वॉर। लाइट अभी बंद हो रही है भाई। पाकिस्तान इंडियन आर्मी को पूरा सपोर्ट है, पूरा। खत्म कर दो सालों को। लाइट्स बंद हो गई, देखो साइड लाइट्स बंद हो रही है। तो भाई जो भी लोग JNK के बाहर रह रहे हैं, इस वीडियो को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा देखो। ये कारियाना हरकत है पाकिस्तान की। देखो पूरा ब्लैकआउट हो गया। ये मेन सिटी है भाई, ये नीचे एयरपोर्ट है। जो हमारा इंडियन आर्मी का एयरपोर्ट है ना, ये रेड वाले वहाँ से निकल रहे थे अभी। और ये बीच में इनका मेरा ख्याल से कोई फाइटर जेट आया होगा, तो उसी को रिटेलिएट कर रहे थे। भाई ये जो रेड आप देख रहे हो ना, ये हमारे डिफेंस के है। तो आप देख रहे हो कितने सारे जा रहे हैं।
So these are the very raw images from the ground. And General Hassan, even at this late hour, it's almost 11 p.m. There's a loop. Sorry, Tushar, can you hear me? It might be your Bluetooth, Tushar. Let me just bring in General Hassan at this point. General Hassan, we have information that India's retaliation is ongoing. That's all we know. And we don't want to speculate right now till we have specific and official details. This is escalating, General Hassan. This is escalating. So how does that escalatory ladder get managed? Where do you see it going from here? Marco Rubio has dialed the phone to FM Jaishankar, also to Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Where does this go militarily? Because also on the ground, Pakistan is using artillery fire as well at the border, at the line of control. So they're attacking. They were attacking from the air. They were thwarted. They were attacking from the ground. India retaliated. India has thwarted all of their attacks. But there are reports now of counter retaliation. And where does this go on the escalatory ladder?
Well, Barkha, so far we have seen these are the first rungs of the escalatory ladder. And today we have the technologies of being able to throw missiles across the border or the line of control. And we have enough artillery ammunition that we can make use of. He may not have so much. At some stage, obviously, movement of ground units would take place. I have not so far heard of any reported movement of ground units on the Pakistan Army side, but I'm sure everything is under surveillance, and any movements of that kind which are taking place from their side, obviously they will always say that it is for defensive purposes, but we can always make out from deployment patterns whether these are for defensive purposes or offensive purposes. That would be the next step, I would say. That would be the next step in the escalatory. I hope it does not come to that, because there's a clear gap between just missilery and exchange of artillery and the next step of maneuver of ground forces. There is a huge... there is also the complete domain of the maritime which has not been affected so far. Right? And maybe India may take it there, because that's a domain where there's complete asymmetry, complete dominance as far as the Indian Navy is concerned. So we have a lot of options. Although we've already created a situation on the ground where our Air Force can go in quite comfortably at the moment, and probably is doing so at the moment in different cities like Islamabad or Lahore and Rawalpindi. But as I said, that we are also holding back. We are not escalating. We are holding back. We are limiting the amount of ammunition which is being expended, etc. But I have a word particularly for Northern Command in terms of what is happening on the line of control. And I would definitely consider that Northern Command should use much of its artillery. If it's required to redeploy, then redeploy that artillery and use it for great effect to neutralize the fire units on the other side. Because this is sending out a very negative message at the moment. The casualties that we are suffering in the villages, we clearly do not ever target civilian populated areas. Pakistan does it without any qualms. And that should not become a source of demotivation for our population at any stage.
Let me bring in Kushal at this point. A very important update is coming from General Hasnain, which is that, we haven't seen ground mobilization this time for Operation Sindoor. It was 24 missiles being targeted at terror bases inside Pakistan and Pakistan Punjab. But now, the way it's going, you could be entering that phase of escalation. There is already ongoing reports that the counter-attack is underway, the retaliation is underway. Tushar, go ahead.
Well, this is the 21st century warfare. It's being fought on artificial intelligence and not with boots on the ground. But my question is, if this thing escalates, if we hit back at Karachi or Lahore or Rawalpindi, where does it stop? And if we have to get boots on the ground, what is the objective with which we get boots on the ground? We are not looking to push anyone back into the territory as we were in 1999. We are not looking to sort of have an operation like we did in East Pakistan in 1971. So if we are to get boots on the ground on the Western Front in any of the states, be it Rajasthan or through Punjab or through Kashmir, what is the objective that our soldiers go in with? That's the important question. That what does the leadership at this point really want? Do they want to push back the Pakistanis? Do they really want to sort of look at Lahore, which is the most nearest town to the border, at least just 20 kilometers away from the Cārvāka border? So the objective right now, this was the confusion since day one, since Pahalgam happened, that we are talking about an escalation between the two nations, but we do not know what the objective is, what the common, objective between the two nations is. We really don't know. We are looking at an escalation now. We do not know where it ends. They have attacked us in Jammu. They have attacked us civilians. So obviously India is going to hit back, and it's going to hit back with a disproportionate response, as one would expect. I don't think there is a problem of what the government really has to sort of cater to certain sentiments of the people or some political capital. I think all that is out of the window long ago. But what is the objective with which we now handle Pakistan? Do we want to push it for de-escalation, that everyone goes back to the drawing board with the status quo, or do we want to fix this problem once and for all?
So what is the once and for all? Let's, it's late at night. Let's get last comments from all of you now. Tushar, since you've just joined us, let me ask you, what is that once and for all?
I think at some point we have to understand, even the Foreign Secretary in his press briefing was very clear today that we have done a lot of evidence sharing with the Pakistanis, and sometimes they become the obstruction when it comes to tackling terrorism. So we have to look at some of the eradication of terror camps. Now, if they overlap with the military camps, so be it. But the once for all obviously involves taking out a significant chunk of the catalyst that today nourishes the terrorism in Pakistan. Now, be it in Karachi, be it in Rawalpindi, that the leadership will take a call.
General Hasnain, can I ask you, this once and for all, oops, sorry, I think there's some loud. Tushar, just mute yourself. I think it's coming from at your end. Yeah. General Hasnain, ye aar ya paar jaise kehte hain. Ye aar ya paar comes at a, it's not taking anything away from the courage, amazing courage of our armed forces, but it means a long war. It means at least a limited war, right? So what is this once and for all formulation? How do you look at it? Also, how do you combat an adversary who uses asymmetric warfare, who uses terrorism, who doesn't even fight soldier to soldier in a conventional way? That is the biggest problem.
I think an answer to that will require the whole night for us to discuss. Because there's too much to it. There are grades and grades of response that we have to look at. There are different domains, like the maritime domain, the air domain, the missile domain, the ground domain. I mean, there are different domains to look at. But at the end of the day, Yes, this is a very challenging situation for us because we have looked at escalation, controlled escalation. It's not just escalation, but controlled escalation. We have followed that process all through. We expected that Pakistan will probably also follow something similar. We know for sure that, I know for sure that whatever we do in terms of controlled escalation, at the end of the day, it will not be deterrence which will be delivered to Pakistan. They will still find the window to be able to carry out terrorist activities under that radar, right? So can we take this to another level? That's for us. That's for the government to decide. That's for the armed forces to decide. That's for the people to decide. I mean, we fought this for the better part of 36 years, and the principle of 1,000 cuts seems to be working. I mean, it looks as if it's working, but I'm not sure if Pakistan is achieving its objectives in any way. Its objectives seem to be only to exasperate and frustrate India, and that is about all, and that they are managing to achieve, no doubt. Our intention is to defeat Pakistan militarily, embarrass it, look for a change of government. All this is a very large swath of objectives that we look at, which cannot be achieved without an all-out war, to my mind. Are we willing to do that? We just heard a Yashovardhan Azad Saab who said, let's avoid. War avoidance is the more important aspect. India can continue to still grow at 7.5% and have a limit of tolerance. This was a doctrine which has been followed by India for very long. But can we continue to follow it forever? Because lots and lots of people within the country are questioning it. Secondly, we have a strong government. We've got a strong leader. It is at this time that this kind of a decision-making can take place. I don't think so it can take place under any other political circumstances. So this is the best time to do it if you have to do it at all. Yeah.
But General Hussain, before I ask Zafar for an update and we do start winding down because the night is long and, I'm sure updates will come through the night and we'll have a clearer picture maybe in a few hours from now. When you say an all-out war, then you're looking at not even like a limited conflict like Kargil or a limited war like Kargil. You're looking at the possibility of being perennially locked. It's not a short one-off episode. And the country has to understand that war is not a video game.
Absolutely. And it's not 22 days, it's not 14 days, and it's not 6 days. This can carry on like what you've seen in Ukraine. What's happening in Ukraine? How much is the asymmetry between Ukraine and Russia? Almost similar what it is between India and Pakistan, if you really look at it. And this situation can carry on interminably. And this is something which in India most people do not realize. People without an orientation towards strategic, the strategic side will never understand this. They think that war will be fought in the same manner in which the 71 war was fought in those same circumstances. The circumstances are completely different today.
Before I bring in Kushal, Tushar and General Hussain for what they think tomorrow or this night might bring, Zafar, I want you to give us the latest update. I know you went to Uri today. You went to the line of control. I know you also reported that Pakistan was trying a dual approach in its attacks, missiles and drones from the air and artillery firing at the IB and the line of control. So there was a kind of ground and air coordination. And if Pakistan thinks this is not escalation, they must be crazy, but they are crazy. That's an oxymoron, a redundant statement. Go ahead, Zafar. What's the latest that we know? I know it's quiet. It's quiet for now. India has reported all of these attacks. We should emphasize that because people will panic. Otherwise, the Indian air defense system has successfully foiled every single attempt to target airports, air bases, and so on. Zafar, it's over to you.
Absolutely, it's quiet for now. The people that we are speaking in Jammu, but they were extremely terrified when these explosions happened near the airport. It's a defense airport, it's a technical airport and the civil airport all together in the same compound, and it's in a residential area. There are many houses surrounding that airport. It's at Satwari on the outskirts of Jammu, and there were simultaneous explosions in Akhnur and in other places. And when one of the projectiles was shot down near Jammu University, it's right in the center. So obviously there was a sense of panic when we spoke to people earlier, but now things seem to have calmed down. In one of the videos, you saw actually cars on the roads and rockets flying in the sky. So situation is extremely bad a short while ago. And coming to the LOC part of it, I was there in Uri today, and I can tell you that people had not evacuated till today. There were some who were voluntarily going to their relatives' places, to Baramulla and to other places, but now there are those evacuation centers that have been created, like the degree college in Uri, where people from people living near the line of control, some of the families are moving. They shifted to that place. We actually made a report there, and clearly there is a lot of tension on the ground, and people are thinking that it's return to the pre ceasefire days, pre 2003 days, the way that things are escalating there. And we went to a spot uh, in Uri, which is close to a power project, that one of the shells had actually landed in a near a house, and it had damaged 2 3 houses. So very heavy artillery is being used by Pakistan. The situation continues to remain tense at the line of control, even as we see this escalation happening via drones and rockets in Jammu. It's all over. It's particularly Akhnur, and is spreading to areas like Araspura.
So what does this night bring? Um, Again, nothing operational to be discussed, but a counter attack by India is on. It's ongoing. That's all I'll say, and I will ask Tushar to tell us, should we even be using phrases like escalatory ladder anymore? We're so high up on this escalatory ladder at this point. I don't know. I don't know what the off ramp is. I don't know whether there should be an off ramp. And we also have to factor in, and we haven't spoken about that, China, the US, Turkey, the Iran foreign minister in town today. Let's talk a little bit about the geopolitics and what may come in this night. Tushar.
Look, I was just in conversation with Kushal a week back, and we were discussing about the potential of retaliation. Will it happen? There's a long summer ahead of us. One thing we also have to factor in that the Prime Minister chose to retaliate, knowing that there was a long summer ahead of us, with the first spell of snowfall at least 6 months away in the higher altitudes. And that would mean multiple rounds of escalation from both the sides, at least potential escalation, but that potential world is also now out of the window. All we knew was that after the first bullet is fired from the Indian side, to speak metaphorically, no one can predict what can happen. Now, what we are seeing in front of us is the new definition of warfare. Maybe this entire thing will be settled in less than 72 hours without any boots on the ground. Maybe there will be boots on the ground, but you raise an important question. At what point does China or the United States start saying that, okay, this is enough? Okay, this has to stop. Okay, we need to intervene. Already the European Union, Jay Shankar was talking to them, but it's something that India will have to take it up with its friends in the West. Pakistan will be taking up with China. So the geopolitics of it is very, very clear. They would want us to stop after a certain point, but we cannot predict what is that point. Tomorrow, if India hits back at civilian or military targets in Lahore or Rawalpindi or Karachi, the Pakistanis would be tempted to hit back. So this escalation, where it spirals to, no one can really predict. We can all sit here and speculate, and we can just think at what point does the US says, okay, we need to get you on the negotiating table. That's the thing. But I think this was already factored in, Barkha. My hunch says that if the Prime Minister chose to go for a retaliation merely a fortnight after the Pahalgam attack, knowing that there is a long summer ahead of us, knowing that there is a potential for the conflict to brew further in the higher altitudes, especially in Kashmir, around POK, even in Rajasthan, he has factored this possibility in. He has factored the diplomatic challenges in. It just needs to sort of unravel itself with time, with the night, perhaps in the next 72 hours.
Yeah, for all of you, I'm not generally this rude that I've been looking at my phone while listening to you. That's because the information is just coming in so fast, and I'm just trying to manage both things. So do forgive me for not being my normal self. Kushal, to pick up on Tushar's point, the world, how the world is reacting, banality. By the way, Pakistan GOTV is now reporting retaliation from India. So that is ongoing. These are the Pakistan channels reporting it, and this was as expected. Kushal, China, America, the banal comments from Trump. Everybody thought Trump would be better for India. Is he just playing it cool? Is there something else going on behind the scenes? How concerned do we need to be by the Americans repeatedly talking about de-escalation?
Look, I mean, Americans, what do we expect the Americans to say? Ja phod de usko, jo karna hai kar de. I mean, they're not going to say that, right? And Trump is always going to be Trumpy, right? So basically, even the last comment by Trump, he, to use the old Sam Pitroda adage, hua to hua. That was Trump's answer, to be very honest. That was Trump's way of saying, when somebody asked Trump, ki, Arey, India ne aise kar diya hai, hua to hua. That's what Trump's answer was. Like, I mean, and behind the scenes, Marco Rubio clearly is speaking with them. But Barkha, I want to talk about this economic bit. I just read, in fact, it was today that the Kotak Mutual Fund report that had come to me, and it has actually analyzed the state of the economy and the markets, whether it's the Nifty and everything, during the previous wars. And I think the economic bit and the impact on the fiscal deficit is slightly overrated as far as the Indian historical angle is concerned. I've sent you the report. I want you to go through it too. And it's Tushar तेरे को भी भेज दूंगा बाद में. So I think the impact on the economy is a little bit overrated. And I also want to, not that I am sponsored by any corporate house or anything, but I'm really glad the way corporate India has also come out in their response, whether it's Reliance Industries and many other corporate giants. They have back the government. I think we should have a little bit of faith in the entire state of affairs. Somewhere down the line, I think America is intervening right now. If the Honorable Minister of External Affairs is saying, I just got off a call with them, what do you think they must? अभी यार पूरी तो बात हमको बताई नहीं जाएगी ना, वो तो नेचुरल है. पीछे तो चिल्लम चिल्ली की होगी उन्होंने उनके साथ.
So you're saying कि इतना agitate नहीं होने का कि अमेरिका on record क्या कह रहे हैं?
Yeah, but why do we expect that, Barkha? I think if this was the Biden administration, let's be very clear, there would have been three paragraphs of pravachans about how everything is bad in life. And here you have Donald Trump basically going hua to hua. So that's what this is. Classic Donald Trump. I mean, if you follow Donald Trump's career, this is the man. He just, when he wants to say something, he doesn't say it. He just says a few words. He's a word salad generator pro max. I mean, I don't understand the guy. I've never been a fan of Trump. But the point is, we know what he's doing. As far as the Chinese aspect is concerned, right? I don't know what the Chinese want. My whole thing is that China still has a far bigger trade with India compared to Pakistan. So why would they want to jeopardize? And China knows no matter how much they try, we're still going to be the third largest economy in the world in just 2-3 years. And we will buy products from China, whether we like it or not. That's a reality we have to accept. Because China is also a serious player in the global manufacturing market. So why would China want to jeopardize things beyond a point? I don't understand any of it making sense rationally.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Where are we going from here? What is your best estimate? Tushar, Zafar, and Kushal. I'll start with you, Tushar.
Something really interesting is happening. I'm tracking the Pakistani airspace, and the third flight has just sort of departed from Lahore. I don't know what's really going on. Lahore witnessed absolutely zero activity throughout the day, earlier today, and suddenly there is a number of aircrafts taking off from Lahore. A lot of aircrafts were today taking off from Quetta and coming to Islamabad, which is also the airport for Rawalpindi. But right now, with the entire attack, retaliation coming from the Indian side, quite brave that there are some commercial aircrafts that are leaving Lahore. Barkha, at this point, let's be very honest amongst us. We cannot really predict how far this escalation goes because we cannot assess the damage at this point. We don't really know what are the numbers, what are the missiles on either side, how much of a damage has been done because it's still it's a long night ahead of us. Number two, there are a lot of rumors on social media, 2 pilots caught, 3 pilots caught, 4 jets down, 5 jets down. If the pilots have indeed been caught, this will now spiral into a very big diplomatic sort of a deadlock. And if the escalation continues, we really don't know how it will work. Because again, the one void here, unlike 1999 or 1971, is India doesn't have an objective to chase. Is the objective a certain expansion of India, perhaps a change on the map, undoing the mistakes of 1947? I don't know. That's wishful thinking, but I don't know. But then I also don't know what the Prime Minister was thinking before he ordered the retaliation, right? So we really don't know how this is going to escalate. We can just track the developments and sort of go along with it.
Zafar, before I give Kushal the last word, and that's a very interesting detail from Tushar about the flight activity over Lahore. I'm quite actually amazed, given what happened with the
Elites जा रहे होंगे बरखा, elites जा रहे होंगे, जमींदार भाग रहे हैं,
छोड़ के, हाँ, the feudals leaving. Zafar, what kind of night are we looking ahead at?
It's very unbelievable that there is a commercial flights taking off and going from Lahore. It's completely unbelievable at this point in time. I don't know what's the reason and why is it happening. It's not normal. But this night is going to be a long night, as Tushar was saying. It's just the start of the night. We're going to see many developments through the night. I get that sense because it has started like this and it's going to continue. And in the morning, we'll have much clarity what has happened. The number of pilots that have been captured, the jets that have been brought down, the situation that's happening on the ground. We'll have some clarity on the ground, but my sense is that this is going to escalate further and it's going to spread into other domains. It's not going to stop right now because it's past that threshold. It's going to move on along this escalation ladder. Where it leads, I don't know. As General was saying, and others are also saying, Pakistan does not have so much ammunition, so much, firepower on the ground. So they would a quick escalation could actually be on the cards.
When you say quick escalation, what do you mean, Zafar?
I mean that if Pakistan cannot sustain it for many days on the ground, they would want to quickly climb that escalation ladder and bypass some of the few steps which go in between.
You know, all our argument, Kushal, has been that Pakistan can't afford. It's a bankrupt country. It's living on loans. It has an insurgency in Balochistan. It has turmoil with Imran Khan, which it may hope to postpone with what has happened with this standoff with India and India hitting them so hard. But the conventional war gaming has assumed that Pakistan cannot afford a conventional war. Now, one of the things is that they're not rational players.
No, but rationality has nothing to do with it. It is economics. It is the movement of the troops. It is the supplies. They will not be able to sustain it. That's why I'm saying it is nothing to do with rationality. It's to do with the practicality. It's not it is not sustainable. It is not sustainable. So what they would probably do, there are stages to escalation. If there are 10 stages, they would want to climb from 2 to 6, from 6 to 8, bypass those states where that activity is actually needed. That's the big worry.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I'm saying that what happens with the sudden escalation, as happened last night and tonight, is that the hit back is also fiercer. And then you're in that escalatory spiral, and then you can't, there's no off ramp. And I think what Tushar is saying is, why do we want to provide an off ramp? But then the country has to internalize, and this is a lot of people here are a post-war generation. So many were not even, old enough in Kargil, which is the last major conflict that India had with Pakistan. And, when you see the panicked videos, and we will leave you with those images, people are not used to air raid sirens, blackouts, and God forbid, lives lost. So, Kushal, I'm going to give you the last word. By the way, Amit Shah has spoken with all Director Generals of border guarding forces to take stock of the border situation. The Prime Minister has been meeting with the NSA as well as the Army Chief. And General Hasnain's point really stays with me that so far Operation Sindoor did not have a mobilization of forces, and you may be looking at that shifting. Go ahead, Kushal.
I think I was just, as I was asking everyone about the off-ramp for General Asim Munir, and I just thought, if he is a true believer, the only off-ramp for him is that he pushes it and he goes down in a blaze of glory. And I'm not saying we take him down, like we physically bump him off or something of that sort. I think eventually we cause enough damage, the Pakistani people just take him down. And I think his off-ramp is rest in peace, Pakistan. That's all I can say.
Tushar wanting to come in there, Tushar?
how far are we from martial law in Pakistan? A few hours, a couple of days.
But Tushar, does that matter? Because the way that NSA was appointed, the ISA chief was made the NSA. It is army which is Shehbaz Sharif is a rubber stamp. If you go by his speech in the
I totally
parliament,
agree. Sir, I totally agree
how
with
does
you.
it matter? It is actually martial law with a facade, with just a mask of Shehbaz Sharif.
The only other way to play it, but I don't see that happening, is if there were going to be a mutiny within the Pakistan army. Because remember, when the whole Imran Khan debacle happened, everyone wasn't on the same page. But I don't see that happening now.
No,
I don't
that will
see
not
that
happen
happening.
now. That will not happen now
Yes,
because
yes.
they are in a different scenario now. That may not happen now, although nobody knows. But that may not happen right now because right now they are bound by a common purpose. We have to understand that they are bound by a common purpose. Even their opponents and opposition and the discord in the army takes a backstage because right now they're all coming together for a single purpose.
Yeah. I want to. We don't know. I think the answer is that we don't know. By the way, we have the flight radar map that you were talking about. I don't know if you have it because Tushar, you were talking about the activity, and that's really intriguing, considering that as we speak, there is massive retaliation. There's massive retaliation that is taking place. Yeah.
But they themselves have closed the airspace. If this activity is taking if this activity is taking place, it is they are defying their own SOP, their own orders. That is what makes it very bizarre. Because if we have closed down Srinagar airport and Jammu airport, those are the instructions that have gone across. Now flights cannot take off and land there. Then of course our own orders and instructions are being violated. So it should apply to the other side also.
No, if you look at the last
Yeah,
36.
that's the map up, Tushar. If you want to just talk about the flight activity.
Yeah, so you see two flights. If you see one of the flight close to the Afghanistan border, a little small in size, that's the chartered flight that's just left from Islamabad. The same flight flew in earlier today from Quetta to Islamabad. Again, it was an unscheduled arrival. And if you look at a couple of flights, one of the flights are sort of overlapping. Two flights going in the southward direction. These are the ones that have left from Lahore. And I think the other one might have just taken off a while back. So probably not showing up in this map. Yeah. So these are the three flights that have left, and this is a significant air activity. Look, again, for people who are not familiar with the geography of the north, Amritsar and Lahore are practically 30 kilometers apart. It's a 30-minute drive on a good day. That's all, minus the borders. And if you're looking at some degree of action in Jammu, I really don't understand how the Lahore airport is
Yes, it's
functioning. There,
totally unbelievable. It is unbelievable.
you have the flight starters right now on on air, and it's rather surprising how they're moving. One of them is going to.
How do we make sense of this then? If there is a massive retaliation on, wouldn't the airspace be shut? And there is a massive retaliation on. So I don't know what does this mean?
Someone is really eager to go home or leave their homes.
As Kushal said, the rich of Pakistan, the wealthy, the
Natho, Punjabi ਵਿੱਚ ਓਏ ਨੱਠੋ ਭੱਜੋ ਇਧਰੋਂ or as they say ਪੁਲਿਸ ਆ ਗਈ ਪੁਲਿਸ.
Well, God knows. This is so crazy because, Kushal, I'm going to give you the last word. You have information and we have the same information that there's a massive, massive retaliation that is ongoing by India and it's going to be a long night. I don't think anybody's going to be getting very much sleep. What are we getting ready for?
We're not going to sleep tonight. Copious amounts of coffee for all of us. I'm dead serious. Massive retaliation. I mean, obviously we never give our sources away, but yes, and this is someone I have to take very seriously. But yeah, massive retaliation against their military establishment all across is going on right now. All I can say is I want to thank everyone in the forces, everyone. And say thank you to each and every Indian citizen. That's all that's my last words. Thank you to each and everyone. All of you stay safe. Hold on. Help everyone you can. We are all in this together. This is our fight till the end. This is about our existence. Religion doesn't matter. Caste doesn't matter. Creed doesn't matter. We are all in this together. We have a irrational actor on the other side who wanted. He thought he could divide us. You know what the beauty is, Barkha? Tushar is a believer.
Yeah.
I'm an atheist. Zafar is a Muslim. You are a Hindu, and we're all in this together. And Asim Munir lost.
That's right. That's right. That's so beautifully and powerfully said. I just want to add to what Kushal said. If we are anxious, imagine the resolve of our armed forces, the intelligence that powers them. The people who are behind the scenes. There's so many people who make up India's security apparatus. The politicians, the government today, that has to take some very tough decisions. There's no easy decision making here. Let's remember that every choice you make has a consequence, and you have to appreciate that. You also have to appreciate, and I think Kushal made this point, that it doesn't matter how much our politicians bicker. He was making the point that Manish Tiwari, Asaduddin Owaisi, and who was the third?
Shashi Tharoor. I want these three people to be the spokespersons for the government of India throughout this process. Nobody from the BJP goes. Only these three people go. And let the world know we will fight till the last moment, and we are all in it together. And I know Absolutely. They will. If told, they will go also. Remember, Vajpayee had gone once on behalf of the government. I think it's time to do that again and show the world our resolve.
Absolutely. And prayers today for people in the border areas. But by the way, this is no longer about the border or the line of control. Pakistan's missiles and drones are targeting Indian cities. The airport in Jammu, the airfields in Amritsar were targeted last night. Jaisalmer, Northern Army Command, Srinagar Airport, a projectile falling near the Jammu University. This is no longer about border areas. Pakistan is trying to target our cities. Indian air defense has foiled each one of those attacks. Place your trust in our armed forces, in our security apparatus, in the Indian state, in the Indian government, and stand as one. We leave you. First, I want to say thank you to Kushal, Tushar, and Zafar, and to all of our guests. We leave you with these images of what a night it has been for the people of Jammu and the people of Punjab, but in particular this evening for Jammu. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
भाई ये वही वाले हैं हाँ बनाया वीडियो सही
सब फंसे हुए हैं दुर्गा भवन में और ये बाहर का व्यू है
नहीं हो रही है
इंटरसेप्ट कर रहे हो ऊपर ना लाइट बंद कर बोल
नहीं हो रही है
इंटरसेप्ट कर रहे हो ऊपर ना। भाई ये जो रेड रेड आप देख रहे हो ना, ये हमारे डिफेंस के है। तो आप देख रहे हो कितने सारे जा रहे हैं। ये मेन हमारी छन्नी सिटी है, जम्मू मेन में हो रहा है ये। तो देखो फुल स्केल वॉर है भाई, ये फुल स्केल वॉर। लाइट अभी बंद हो रही है भाई। पाकिस्तान इंडियन आर्मी को पूरा सपोर्ट है, पूरा। खत्म कर दो सालों को। लाइट्स बंद हो गई, देखो साइड लाइट्स बंद हो रही है। तो भाई जो भी लोग JNK के बाहर रह रहे हैं, इस वीडियो को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा देखो। ये कारियाना हरकत है पाकिस्तान की। देखो पूरा ब्लैकआउट हो गया। ये मेन सिटी है भाई, ये नीचे एयरपोर्ट है। जो हमारा इंडियन आर्मी का एयरपोर्ट है ना, ये रेड वाले वहाँ से निकल रहे थे अभी। और ये बीच में इनका मेरा ख्याल से कोई फाइटर जेट आया होगा, तो उसी को रिटेलिएट कर रहे थे। भाई ये जो रेड रेड आप देख रहे हो ना, ये हमारे डिफेंस के है। तो आप देख रहे हो कितने सारे जा रहे हैं। ये मेन हमारी छन्नी सिटी है, जम्मू मेन में हो रहा है ये। तो देखो फुल स्केल वॉर है भाई, ये फुल स्केल वॉर। लाइट अभी बंद हो रही है भाई। पाकिस्तान इंडियन आर्मी को पूरा सपोर्ट है, पूरा। खत्म कर दो सालों को। लाइट्स बंद हो गई, देखो साइड लाइट्स बंद हो रही है। तो भाई जो भी लोग JNK के बाहर रह रहे हैं, इस वीडियो को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा देखो। ये कारियाना हरकत है पाकिस्तान की। देखो पूरा ब्लैकआउट हो गया। ये मेन सिटी है भाई, ये नीचे एयरपोर्ट है। जो हमारा इंडियन आर्मी का एयरपोर्ट है ना, ये रेड वाले वहाँ से निकल रहे थे अभी। और ये बीच में इनका मेरा ख्याल से कोई फाइटर जेट आया होगा, तो उसी को रिटेलिएट कर रहे थे। भाई ये जो रेड रेड आप देख रहे हो ना, ये हमारे डिफेंस के है। तो आप देख रहे हो कितने सारे जा रहे हैं। ये मेन हमारी छन्नी सिटी है, जम्मू मेन में हो रहा है ये। तो देखो फुल स्केल वॉर है भाई, ये फुल स्केल वॉर। लाइट अभी बंद हो रही है भाई। पाकिस्तान इंडियन आर्मी को पूरा सपोर्ट है, पूरा। खत्म कर दो सालों को। लाइट्स बंद हो गई, देखो साइड लाइट्स बंद हो रही है। तो भाई जो भी लोग JNK के बाहर रह रहे हैं, इस वीडियो को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा देखो। ये कारियाना हरकत है पाकिस्तान की। देखो पूरा ब्लैकआउट हो गया। ये मेन सिटी है भाई, ये नीचे एयरपोर्ट है। जो हमारा इंडियन आर्मी का एयरपोर्ट है ना, ये रेड वाले वहाँ से निकल रहे थे अभी। और ये बीच में इनका मेरा ख्याल से कोई फाइटर जेट आया होगा, तो उसी को रिटेलिएट कर रहे थे। भाई ये जो रेड रेड आप देख रहे हो ना, ये हमारे डिफेंस के है। तो आप देख रहे हो कितने सारे जा रहे हैं। ये मेन हमारी छन्नी सिटी है, जम्मू मेन में हो रहा है ये। तो देखो फुल स्केल वॉर है भाई, ये फुल स्केल वॉर। लाइट अभी बंद हो रही है भाई। पाकिस्तान इंडियन आर्मी को पूरा सपोर्ट है, पूरा। खत्म कर दो सालों को। लाइट्स बंद हो गई, देखो साइड लाइट्स बंद हो रही है। तो भाई जो भी लोग JNK के बाहर रह रहे हैं, इस वीडियो को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा देखो। ये कारियाना हरकत है पाकिस्तान की। देखो पूरा ब्लैकआउट हो गया। ये मेन सिटी है भाई, ये नीचे एयरपोर्ट है। जो हमारा इंडियन आर्मी का एयरपोर्ट है ना, ये रेड वाले वहाँ से निकल रहे थे अभी। और ये बीच में इनका मेरा ख्याल से कोई फाइटर जेट आया होगा, तो उसी को रिटेलिएट कर रहे थे। भाई ये जो रेड रेड आप देख रहे हो ना, ये हमारे डिफेंस के है। तो आप देख रहे हो कितने सारे जा रहे हैं। ये मेन हमारी छन्नी सिटी है, जम्मू मेन में हो रहा है ये। वो देखो फुल स्केल वॉर है भाई, ये फुल स्केल वॉर। लाइट अभी बंद हो रही है भाई। पाकिस्तान इंडियन आर्मी को पूरा सपोर्ट है, पूरा। खत्म कर दो सालों को। लाइट्स बंद हो गई, देखो साइड लाइट्स बंद हो रही है। तो भाई जो भी लोग JNK के बाहर रह रहे हैं, इस वीडियो को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा देखो। ये कारियाना हरकत है पाकिस्तान की। देखो पूरा ब्लैकआउट हो गया। ये मेन सिटी है भाई, ये नीचे एयरपोर्ट है। जो हमारा इंडियन आर्मी का एयरपोर्ट है ना, ये रेड वाले वहां से निकल रहे थे अभी, और ये बीच में इनका।
If you've just joined us at this late hour, it is close to midnight. I'm hoping you can all hear me because there's a sound of a generator behind me because there's a blackout in Thwarts in parts of Punjab where we are right now. But the dhaba where we are is running a generator, just some functionality. Now, there is a big piece of breaking news. We have a massive ongoing retaliation by India. This is in response to what Pakistan did earlier this evening. Pakistan targeted the airports and the airfields in multiple locations. Jammu, the airport was targeted. A drone flew over the Northern Army Command's headquarters in Udhampur. It was neutralized. The Srinagar airport was targeted. The Pathankot air base was targeted. And what am I missing here? Of course, the areas around the Jammu city were targeted, and at the same time, there was massive artillery firing at the line of control at the international border. Also, on the western border, at Jaisalmer and other parts of the western border, Pakistan sent in drones and missiles at all of these locations. In Jammu, the airport came under attack, but the Indian air defense was able to thwart that attempt. Now, the big breaking news at this hour is that the Indian Navy, our Navy, has targeted the Karachi port. Right? So, this is the information we have right now. We do not have the details yet about what specifically has been targeted, but the Karachi port has been targeted by the Navy as part of a massive retaliation, a massive retaliation to Pakistan's escalatory offensive aggression for the last 3 hours. Zafar, even as we await more details on the Navy targeting of Karachi, this is part of an ongoing retaliation and is going to run through the night. What is the situation on the ground? We're also seeing the geopolitics play out. Iran's foreign minister is here. Saudi Arabia is sending their minister. Marco Rubio, the American Secretary of State, is dialing both Jai Shankar, our foreign minister, and Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. What is the situation on the ground at the line of control? And what do we know? We know that India has thwarted all of these attacks. That's the good news. But this is escalating and escalating fast.
Yes, India has thwarted all those attacks. There was a number of drones and rockets that were fired by Pakistan, and all of them have been successfully countered. We've been told by our sources that in Jammu, in Udhampur, in other areas like Akhnur, there was simultaneously that attack was launched simultaneously in all those areas, and all of those drone and rockets have been successfully fired. But army has also given one important detail, that there is no movement of tanks on either side. That has been clarified by the army. Army sources are clearly telling us that there's no movement of tanks on either side. And there was also some reports of a suicide attack by terrorists at Pathankot or Rajouri. That has been completely
That's been
false.
denied. That's
That's
been
been
denied.
denied. That's been denied. I'm saying that's been denied. That's completely false. That's army has said that's completely false. Now on the ground there is quiet now, but I can tell you situation at the line of control is completely escalating. There has been ceasefire violation for all these days, and it's going a notch above every night. We're seeing not just small arms being used, but artillery being used. And today, at least in the Uri sector where I was in the day, there is evacuation taking place. People are moving from village close. Now remember, there's a border fence in place, and some of the villages are on the other side of the fence. All those people who are living on the other side of the fence have been moved to evacuation zones, and one of those evacuation zones is the college in Udi. There are 7 such evacuation zones where families are moving to safety, and that's the situation developing at the line of control. Situation really, really worse in the Poonch sector. 16 civilians have so far been killed in Poonch, and there are so many who are injured and who have been moved to hospital. There's so many buildings which have been damaged, and clearly we're seeing this escalation taking place every day, going to a higher level. And today, when Jammu airport is targeted and a rocket flies over the Northern Army headquarters, you can imagine the situation that's on the ground in Jammu and Kashmir.
Yeah, I'm also getting some information, even as we review this big breaking news story that the Indian Navy has targeted the Karachi airport, and as part of a massive ongoing retaliation by India, we're getting information of a big blast near the house of Pakistani Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif. This is some information that is coming
And,
in.
and, and also and also there are unconfirmed reports, not just Shahbaz Sharif, but army chief also, Pakistan's army chief.
Right. Right. So, blast near Pakistan PM Shahbaz Sharif's house. I'm going to put this on the banner as we speak. Yeah. And also, the State Bank of Pakistan is giving only $50 in withdrawal, 3,000 rupees. And we have heard and we've seen circulars that some kind of state of emergency, a de facto emergency, has been declared internally. We're trying to get more information on what's happening. Could we have this on the banner? Pakistan suspended flight operations at Karachi Airport. Geo News is reporting this. Gafar, we're also getting some news of what's happening in Nowshera. If you
Yes.
could also check on
Now,
that.
Nowshera, yes, I'm checking on that. And Nowshera is in the Rajouri sector. We've been seeing this sort of intense exchange in Poonch. Rajouri is the neighboring district of Poonch, and it is Nowshera in Rajouri sector where there is some activity. We're trying to get more details on that.
Right. So let's play out some videos from the ground. What has Jammu experienced this past evening? Let's play that out as we try and get you more information. Pakistan is suspending flight off the Karachi airport amid confirmed news that the Indian Navy has targeted the Karachi port. More details are awaited on what the specific nature of the targets was. There's also reports coming in that there has been a huge blast near the house of Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. But in the meantime, I'm also seeing information that India Gate in Delhi, in the national capital, is getting evacuated. We're here in Punjab right now. This could be, of course, a precautionary measure, but this is going to be a night of escalation. Let's play out some videos from the ground on what the residents of Jammu, Pathankot, Srinagar went through earlier tonight as Pakistan tried to target the airport in Jammu, the airbase in Pathankot, also an attempted drone attack over the Northern Army Command headquarters in Udhampur. Now, why this is important is because it correlates to why the Indian Navy is targeting the Karachi port. You would remember that after Operation Sindoor was made public, India clarified that no military installation and no civilian area was actually targeted, and only terror bases were targeted. However, Pakistan has had 2 nights of escalation and aggression. Yesterday, last night, 24 hours ago, Amritsar, Bhatinda, Jalandhar saw orange fires in the sky, heard explosions. That was Pakistan sending missiles and drones. Our Indian air defense system intercepted them. As a retaliation, India then targeted air defense systems in Lahore, in Sialkot, in Rawalpindi, in Karachi. Then Pakistan has spiraled up the escalatory ladder, and for the last, I would say between about 8 p.m. to about 10 p.m., there was a volley of missiles and drone attacks sent by Pakistan at multiple locations, and I'll just take you through them. The Pathankot Air Base, the Jammu Airport, the Srinagar Airport, airfields in Jaisalmer. Then there were also missiles sent in to Satwari, Samba, Arispur, and Arnia in the Jammu sector, the Srinagar Airport, and even trying to target the Northern Army Command in Udhampur, in Jammu. That's the sort of supervisory nodal command structure of the Indian military in JK. It looks after the entire state, now Union territory. And because I think we have seen Pakistan targeting, let's say, Pathankot Air Base, Northern Army Command, along with airports, now, as someone said, all bets are off. India will respond in an even more fierce way. And India's Navy has targeted the Karachi port. More details are available. I beg your pardon, it's been a long day. More details are awaited. And we are awaiting those details. But in the meantime, I want to play out some of the clips of what the people of Jammu went through earlier.
भाई ये वही वाले हैं। हाँ, समझ बनाया वीडियो सही।
सब फंसे हुए हैं दुर्गा भवन में, और ये बाहर का व्यू है।
हम नहीं जा रहे हैं,
पूरा ब्लैकआउट है यहाँ पे भवन में।
भाई ये वही वाले हैं। हाँ, समझ बनाया वीडियो सही।
सब फंसे हुए हैं दुर्गा भवन में, और ये बाहर का व्यू है।
हम नहीं जा रहे हैं,
पूरा ब्लैकआउट है यहाँ पे भवन में।
भाई ये जो रेड आप देख रहे हो ना, ये हमारे डिफेंस के है। तो आप देख रहे हो कितने सारे जा रहे हैं। ये मेन हमारी छन्नी सिटी है, जम्मू मेन में हो रहा है ये। वो देखो फुल स्केल वॉर है भाई, ये फुल स्केल वॉर। लाइट अभी बंद हो रही है भाई। पाकिस्तान इंडियन आर्मी को पूरा सपोर्ट है, पूरा। खत्म कर दो सालों को। लाइट्स बंद हो गई, देखो साइड लाइट्स बंद हो रही है। तो भाई जो भी लोग JNK के बाहर रह रहे हैं, इस वीडियो को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा देखो। ये कारियाना हरकत है पाकिस्तान की। देखो पूरा ब्लैकआउट हो गया। ये मेन सिटी है भाई, ये नीचे एयरपोर्ट है। जो हमारा इंडियन आर्मी का एयरपोर्ट है ना, ये रेड वाले वहाँ से निकल रहे थे अभी। और ये बीच में इनका मेरा ख्याल से कोई फाइटर जेट आया होगा, तो उसी को रिटेलिएट कर रहे थे। भाई ये जो रेड रेड आप देख रहे हो ना, ये हमारे डिफेंस के है। तो आप देख रहे हो कितने सारे जा रहे हैं। ये मेन हमारी छन्नी सिटी है, जम्मू मेन में हो रहा है ये। वो देखो फुल स्केल वॉर है भाई, ये फुल स्केल वॉर। लाइट अभी बंद हो रही है भाई। पाकिस्तान इंडियन आर्मी को पूरा सपोर्ट है, पूरा। खत्म कर दो सालों को। लाइट्स बंद हो गई, देखो साइड लाइट्स बंद हो रही है। तो भाई जो भी लोग JNK के बाहर रह रहे हैं, इस वीडियो को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा देखो। ये कारियाना हरकत है पाकिस्तान की। देखो पूरा ब्लैकआउट हो गया। ये मेन सिटी है भाई, ये नीचे एयरपोर्ट है। जो हमारा इंडियन आर्मी का एयरपोर्ट है ना, ये रेड वाले वहाँ से निकल रहे थे अभी। और ये बीच में इनका मेरा ख्याल से कोई फाइटर जेट आया होगा, तो उसी को रिटेलिएट कर रहे थे। भाई ये जो रेड रेड आप देख रहे हो ना, ये हमारे डिफेंस के है। तो आप देख रहे हो कितने सारे जा रहे हैं। ये मेन हमारी छन्नी सिटी है, जम्मू मेन में हो रहा है ये। वो देखो फुल स्केल वॉर है भाई, ये फुल स्केल वॉर। लाइट अभी बंद हो रही है भाई। पाकिस्तान इंडियन आर्मी को पूरा सपोर्ट है, पूरा। खत्म कर दो सालों को। लाइट्स बंद हो गई, देखो साइड लाइट्स बंद हो रही है। तो भाई जो भी लोग JNK के बाहर रह रहे हैं, इस वीडियो को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा देखो। ये कारियाना हरकत है पाकिस्तान की। देखो पूरा ब्लैकआउट हो गया। ये मेन सिटी है भाई, ये नीचे एयरपोर्ट है। जो हमारा इंडियन आर्मी का एयरपोर्ट है ना, ये रेड वाले वहाँ से निकल रहे थे अभी। और ये बीच में इनका मेरा ख्याल से कोई फाइटर जेट आया होगा, तो उसी को रिटेलिएट कर रहे थे। भाई ये जो रेड रेड आप देख रहे हो ना, ये हमारे डिफेंस के है।
आप देख रहे हैं शेलिंग की आवाज आ रही है, फायरिंग की आवाज आ रही है। बाकी हवाओं में कुछ जैसे धुएं की लाइन भी हमें दिखी है जी।
तो इस समय क्या आप डर का माहौल बना हुआ है?
डर का माहौल आप सड़कों पे देखिए तो गाड़ी चलना बंद हो चुकी है, सुनसान हो चुकी है सड़कें, पूरा ब्लैकआउट हो चुका है, लाइटें गुम हैं।
अभी आवाजें आ रही हैं?
आवाजें तो अभी मतलब गोलियों की फायरिंग की आवाज आ रही है, बाकी ब्लास्ट की भी आवाज आ रही है जी।
तो आप अपनी सुरक्षा का मद्देनजर ध्यान रख रहे हैं?
जी बिल्कुल ख्याल रख रहे हैं। हम घरों से बाहर हैं, तो बाकी हमें अपनी सेनाओं पर पूर्ण विश्वास है। वो
मुंह में बम गिर गया गाइस, आरसपुरा में चेक करो। मुंह में बम गिर गया गाइस, आरसपुरा में चेक करो।
भाई ये जो रेड रेड आप देख रहे हो ना, ये हमारे डिफेंस के है। तो आप देख रहे हो कितने सारे जा रहे हैं।
नहीं हो रही है।
इंटरसेप्ट कर रहे हैं ऊपर ना। लाइट बंद कर।
और अपने अपने घर पे चले जाए। सब लोग अपनी दुकानों की, अपने घरों की, अपनी गाड़ियों की लाइटें बंद कर दे और अपने अपने घर पे चले जाए। सब लोग अपनी दुकानों की।
मुंह में बम गिर गया गाइस, आरसपुरा में चेक करो। मुंह में बम गिर गया गाइस, आरसपुरा में चेक करो। मुंह में बम गिर गया गाइस, आरसपुरा में चेक करो।
भाई ये जो रेड रेड आप देख रहे हो ना, ये हमारे डिफेंस के है। तो आप देख रहे हो कितने सारे जा रहे हैं। ये मेन हमारी छन्नी सिटी है, जम्मू मेन में हो रहा है ये। तो देखो फुल स्केल वॉर है भाई।
हाँ
Karachi war क्यों? Ja, sacheti.
हाँ
Karachi war क्यों? Ja, sacheti.
भाई ये वही वाले हैं। हाँ कुछ बनाया वीडियो से।
सब फंसे हुए हैं दुर्गा भवन में। और ये बाहर का व्यू है।
हम नहीं चाह रहे हैं at the end आज दर्शन
पूरा ब्लैकआउट है यहाँ पे भवन में।
Right, so we're having quite the night here in on the outskirts of Amritsar. Kunal Verma, prolific author, one of India's finest strategic minds, is with us. With Kunal Verma, pleasure to have you with us. At the moment that you're joining us, there's a massive retaliation ongoing by India against what Pakistan tried to do earlier today. Just for the benefit of anyone who's just tuning in, because Kunal, I know you know everything. Just briefly to recap, basically, this happened last night as well. Pakistan missiles and drones attempted to engage military targets in a multitude of cities. Amritsar, Jalandhar, Bathinda, Chandigarh, Kapurthala, also Jammu, Avantipura, and even areas on the western border. India then seeing this as a major escalation, targeted air defense systems and radars in Lahore, neutralizing in fact an air defense system in Lahore, but also targeting radars and air defense systems in Karachi, in Sialkot, and in Rawalpindi. After that, this evening, from about 8 p.m. onwards, we have seen Pakistan missiles and drones attempt to target the airport in Jammu, the Air Force base in Pathankot, a drone flying over the Northern Army Command headquarters in Udhampur, trying to target airfields in Jaisalmer, a projectile falling near the Jammu University, and of course, multiple areas outside the city of Jammu, in Arispura, in Samba, in Aknur, in Kishtwar. All this while heavy artillery firing from the ground at the line of control at the international border. Now, at the moment, a massive retaliation is on, and as part of that retaliation, we have confirmed news that in the Indian Navy has targeted places at or around the Karachi port. We don't have the details. It is a kind of retaliation for what Pakistan did earlier this evening. Kunal, what do you make of the overall situation?
Nice. Thanks for having me on, Barkha. Well, it's a long expected lines, frankly speaking. Last Sunday, I'd actually written a piece in the Sunday Guardian also, where I had actually said that unless you have your end, the main issue, as far as I'm concerned, is what is India's end game? What do you really wanting to achieve? Is this just Tata Tutu across the border and then wait for 72 hours or a week or whatever and then cool down or not? I think the whole thing on the Pahalgam thing is very clear. The guy who gave the order to do this, I think there's no doubt in our minds as a country, is the Pakistani chief. Declare him a war criminal, and we have to actually get the people of Pakistan to get rid of these guys. Unless this army is, it's easier said than done, I know, but unless this army loses its sheen and it's forced into a corner, that has to be our end game. We've got to get, there has to be call it a regime change if you want, because for all practical purposes, the army chief controls Pakistan. It's very clear. Once we went in and we fired our missiles, etc., and we went after the targets for Operation Sindoor, expecting a kickback in the Punch, Rajouri, this sector, the 16 core sector, was expected, because that's where they actually have always had a very high concentration of the artillery. And they have, even before the ceasefire, if you remember, Barkha, the 16 core used to take quite a lot of firing used to happen here. So we shouldn't really be surprised at this. But all this, there's also kind of an unreality to the whole thing, because right now both the defense sides are still firing drones and firing missiles and shooting them down. But it's just a matter of time before some of those drones and missiles start going through. And then the real damage is going to start. And the thing is getting escalated and escalated. But I think it's very important from our perspective that we must define the end game. What do we really want? Otherwise, I was watching your show earlier. I was watching General Atta Hasnan also, and I fully agree with him. Bring every piece of artillery you have in Northern Command, every round you have, and fire it off. I mean, hammer them there if you have to. What are we waiting for? Because then, now that the whole thing has been triggered off, then, there's that famous saying of General Slim in Defeat into Victory, the guy who commanded the 14th Army during the retreat from Burma and then the fight back. He said, if you have to break a walnut, don't poke at it, hit it with a sledgehammer. And now that we've gone into, we've initiated this whole thing, we have to see it through. But the end game is what I think the Indian side needs to specify.
The thing about specifying the end game is that it almost gets defined by whether Pakistan had acted in an escalatory or a non-escalatory manner, Kunal. So, for example, if you look at how they reacted after, let's say, Balakot, right? They did a kind of limited face-saving response and it ended and life moved on. A kind of new red line was drawn, a new level of deterrence was established, at least for a time period, and then Pahalgam happens. Now the point is, India, when Operation Sindoor was presented before the world and the country, India emphasized that only terror targets had been taken aim at, no military installations, no civilian areas. Pakistan has upped the ante with what it has done last night and tonight, targeting airports and airfields, including at air bases like in Pathankot, including flying a drone over the Northern Army Command, right? My question is, can we really choose our end game here? Because even our statement today, talking about targeting the air defense systems in Lahore, Sialkot, Karachi, and Rawalpindi, it ended with saying, we do not want to take this further if Pakistan doesn't.
See, everything the Indians have done so far, the Indian government has done what making sure that the initial targets were not military targets, etc. We've done everything by the book. But, Pakistan, look, you've got to understand one thing. The Pakistani chief, for one man's retirement and his extension of this thing, it's one man's ambition which has actually thrown everything haywire. Pahalgam has happened because he wanted it. And until now, there's always been that element of deniability because the Pakis never admitted it. Here, the man has actually gone on stage and said, do it, by saying go for the jugular and stuff like that. Then, of course, there have been statements by various Pakistani ministers, etc., where they've said we've done, they've admitted it when they said we've been doing this for years. Now you've got an admission. Now the fact is, what else did you expect them to do? They were going to retaliate. The Pakistanis are like that. They are not. You're dealing with the army. It's a very macho bluff kind of a scenario which they have to. They have that image which they have to maintain. They had to maintain it in 65. They got hammered. They had to. They've taken everything down the drain with them. Even in 71, the kind of nonsense they unleashed on Bangladesh and on their own people. But this army, this Pakistani army, is a very, it's a bit of a cornered rat at the moment. What's happening in Balochistan, what's happening everywhere, and a cornered rat is always a very dangerous creature to deal with because he has. I mean, I was listening to the chief 5 or 6 minutes ago, where he's sounding more like a Mulana or something like that than an army chief. He's talking a language which we better also listen to and understand exactly whom we are dealing with. We're dealing with a person who's not going to have any qualms about taking his own people into the dust. The people of Pakistan also will have to see through the game, and I think they will. It's a matter of time.
I don't know when that will happen. The fact is that there was an election that was conducted in Pakistan. PTI was banned. Their symbol was taken away. Imran Khan put up independent candidates and won the election, but that election was rigged. Imran Khan was thrown in a jail. People's verdict, people's mandate was simply thrown in the drain. And still nothing happened. Asim Munir is ruling that country, and still behaving like a savior. So it is not going to change. I remember when Imran Khan was toppled, there was a sea of people in Lahore who were chanting those slogans. What happened after that?
Well, he has to become
Yeah.
the next Mujib, as far as we are concerned. Because frankly speaking, the end game has to be a change of regime. Otherwise, what's going to happen? Another 2 years down, you think these guys are going to stop? If they have done this since 1947, 48, when the Lashkars have first come in 1947 on the 20th in the 20th of October onwards, etc., even earlier. I mean, that was terrorism. We didn't use the word terrorism at that time, right? But what the hell was it? It was terrorism. When Operation Gibraltar, it was terrorism. These are undeclared wars where they went and they struck at civilian and military targets. They've been doing this as a matter of, this has been the Pakistani army policy for years. The only difference now is that, this is the first time they've admitted it. Otherwise, they always said, "Hum to hai nahi, hum to hai nahi." Kargil mein, you remember, Barkha, you and I were both there. I mean, it was like, "Arey yaar, mujahid hai, mujahid." They would even play all kinds of recordings and things like that to, deceive everybody and the rest of the world. Everybody knew what's going on, but getting them to admit it has always been a bit of a problem. Today, they've openly said it. So now declare Munir a war criminal and actually back Imran Khan. We should make him the next Mujibur Rahman. After all, Mujib was in a similar situation in 71.
So it's very interesting that you say that, Kunal, because I was trying to get some information and there are unverified reports. I don't personally believe them at this point, that there's great turmoil within Pakistan and Munir's position may not be safe. I don't see it that way. I would see that at a point of conflict with India, Munir will have people rallying behind him. What do you
I'm not too sure about that because you see, I don't think people are today. Social media, everything has initially there will be a spurt of absolute patriotism in Pakistan. It's good because they have to back their own army. They have to back their own. There are the three elements which are involved when you are talking about an army. One is when you're defending your borders, for which the Pakistani people are very proud of their army because they do. The territorial integrity depends on the army. Second thing is the army also, in their case, is defending an ideology, which is why Pakistan was created. The raison d'etre for it was separation from India, which is what they're doing. The third thing is where they are going absolutely, which they've been going at it for now for 7 decades. They've been feathering their nest. It's a completely, they don't give a damn about their own people. Otherwise, Bangladesh wouldn't have happened. Pakistan got created because of the Bengal provisional elections, and after that, look what they did to them. They're doing the same thing to their own people. It's now on us to actually keep hammering away and hold that mirror up to Pakistan again and again that look भैया देखो eventually तो पाकिस्तानियों को ही करना पड़ेगा ना हम तो नहीं कर सकते beyond the point.
Okay, Kunal, setting the internal politics of Pakistan for a moment, let's come back to what we see happening in terms of how this escalatory ladder evolves, right? At this moment, India is trying, as it has said, kinetic and non-kinetic responses. India PTI reports that India will be approaching the IMF to exercise caution on a bailout package to Pakistan. There are serious questions about how long a conflict Pakistan can afford. There are questions about what China might do in this mix. And then on the other hand, we're also getting reports of massive unrest in Quetta and the Baluchis. The Baluchi insurgents, the Baluchi separatists upping the ante, also diverting and distracting the Pakistan army there. So immediately, what do you see happening? Because there's a massive counter retaliation ongoing. We do know that the Navy has struck, the Karachi port. We don't have more details of what, how, why, not why. We don't have more details of the how and the what, and we're awaiting those details. What do you see happening tonight?
Well, when this whole thing happened on the 22nd of April, I think I straight away had tweeted as well as I'd written an article again in Sunday Guardian a fortnight ago saying that we have to use the Navy. Now, you see, as far as the Air Force is concerned, it's almost like, we have an edge in the larger thing, but we've also got much larger borders. We've got China, we've got everything else. Army also on the ground, beyond a point, boots on the ground. The ratio is more or less even Stevens. But if you again remember during Kargil, Admiral Sushil Kumar was the naval chief at that time. And there was, I remember I was doing that film and we had this whole discussion, and he talked about it. He said we are going to blockade Karachi. We didn't officially do it, but we put submarines
Yeah.
there. We let the world know that anybody going in there can be a target. The moment we did that, Nawaz Sharif went running to Bill Clinton and was begging on his knees to have the conflict stopped. You know it, I know it, the world knows
Yeah.
it. The Navy
Yeah.
is your trump card, and but at the same time, I think we've got to be a little careful about not going too much into the optics, but looking at the larger perspective. This conflict can
Yeah.
drag on and on, and
Yeah.
right now we have to keep that sustained pressure on them. We've started this now. We've got to succeed in squeezing them until something gives. Right now, let's see what happens. I mean, the Indian armed forces are not going to take any nonsense from these guys, and if they have to realize that. But the Pakistani mindset of the army, of the people, I don't know, of the army is such that they are going. So far, they've gone completely on predictable lines. I
When
had
you say
actually,
predictable, yeah,
no, I had actually, even in that last article, it's there in writing, I had said that if we just keep the pressure on them, and we keep doing little pinprick things like jitter parties, rather than go in for a full-fledged attack, they're likely to go in for a preemptive strike, because they've done it in 65, they've done it in 71. And now they obviously that didn't happen, but they did it the next night. But the targets are important. The targets, you can actually plot them on a map that they were going to go after these targets, because these are the targets they've gone for in the past as well. इनका mindset ज़्यादा बदलता नहीं है.
I can say we have been discussing I've been discussing with my colleagues that Akhnur, Chenab Bridge, areas of Rajouri and Poonch, and that's exactly following that pattern. We had when we think that Operation Gibraltar, cutting off the Poonch, the bridge over Chenab, and that Chenab is a very fast moving river. It's an extremely, it can't be crossed so easily, and you cut the entire Pir Panjal. So these are this is a strategy in 1965, and more than 50 years, 60 years have passed, and it seems to be the same. It's so predictable.
Yeah, I'm saying that. You can actually anticipate कि करेंगे क्या, and not surprised at all at the way things are going. Now it's the amount of pain that we cause with our counterattacks today, as to how much do we actually do, what do we do. Now the other thing which I would also, while we're talking about it, I think it's important to say this, that in 65 there were lots of occasions when we could have gone for civilian targets. Our Canberras were over Karachi. They did not drop their bombs because they were not sure of civilian casualties. There was this understanding with the Air Force initially, with the Marshal of the Air, Arjun Singh, and Noor Khan, that they would not get involved, in the actual fighting. Till I remember Arjun Singh telling, till they went and bombed the Amritsar railway station, which was a civilian target. Pakistan has had no problem about targeting civilian targets. Their artillery fire hitting Poonch, etc. We have been very cautious about civil targets. This is something they're going to try and use against us. It's a funny business, but they do it.
I have a question. By the way, we're getting reports of massive unrest in Quetta and standoff between the BLA, the Baluch Liberation Army, and the Pakistan Army. So also awaiting details on that. But Kunal, I have a question. You're saying that how the Pakistan Army has responded is what you would have expected, but hasn't the calculation or the reading or the interpretation also been that the Pakistan Army, living on IMF bailouts, living on loans, cannot afford a long conflict? So what are they aiming to do by ratcheting this up the escalatory ladder?
See, Barkha, don't be under any illusions, all right? Whatever the economic condition of Pakistan is, it does not necessarily reflect on the condition of their army. They have insulated themselves. They have been running this country. People say it's an army with a country, right? They also have the China card. They feel that Chinese will not let them down. They will have enough ammunition. They'll have enough missiles. They'll have enough all kinds of stuff, because their hand will
No,
be held.
sir, they have housing colonies. They sell cement. They sell steel.
मैं वही
They
कह रहा
sell
हूँ ना.
chicken. They sell chicken. They sell chicken. They have there is actually the contract, even civil contracts, like any contractor puts in a tender. The army also puts in a tender for a civil job like making a road or a bridge. Army also puts in a tender, and generally it gets this because being an army, it tends to do things within that deadline and in a better way, so they tend to get all the contracts. So I think you're right. It may not, we may be talking about Pakistan as a whole, but here we have to mark that distinction.
Yes, I think that's exactly what I'm saying, that the condition of Pakistan does not necessarily reflect the condition of the army. And one thing we've learned, whether it was Blue Star or whatever, is never underestimate your enemy. Don't just, you always, you got to be prepared कि ये करेगा तो करेगा क्या. And I'm sure, because I have a bit of interaction with most of the senior officers, and I've seen them as youngsters and all, and I think on our side they're very, very professional, very, very good. But we've got to be careful about just one point. Don't get too carried away by the optics. Think it through, keep the pressure, and keep hammering them. And eventually the end game has to be what I'm saying, that the Pakistan army has to, we had this opportunity in 65, because when Shastri called General Chaudhary and said, I'll give you 5 more days, I'll hold on against international pressure and not go for the ceasefire, can you destroy Pakistan Army's war-making capacity? And that's when General Chaudhary made that huge mistake and said we are running out of ammunition, which we were not. Had he done that, Bangladesh may not have happened, because this army, it just didn't matter. They projected 65 as a victory, which is a bloody joke, and then they went and they unleashed genocide in Bangladesh. That was against their own people. If it comes to it, Pakistan army will do it over here also. And the people of Pakistan know what is happening. They don't want to look at it, because out of those 3 factors I listed, 2 of them still appeal to their basic core patriotic self, you see.
No, the fact also is, you give it to them that Pakistan army is the only binding force in that country. Otherwise,
Okay, guys.
4 separate entities.
Sorry. I have to intervene here. I know we're having a philosophical conversation about the nature of the Pakistan army, but to get us back to the news cycle right now, Kunal, there are a series of attacks on Pakistan army in Quetta. The BLA is claiming, and we've had Baluchi leaders, including the former Chief Minister of Baluchistan, say that in Pakistan's assembly, National Assembly, which is their parliament, that there are many spaces now in Baluchistan, many districts that the Pakistan army is no longer in control of. We are getting reports of a major escalation in Baluchistan, and this is important. There are those who have said in the last few days after Pahalgam that India should go for the jugular on Baluchistan. Is that now something you think is going to happen?
Well, that's what I meant. No, when I said that, that's what I meant by saying that Imran Khan becomes the Mujibur Rahman, because the Baluchis are your Mukti Bahini now. I mean, they are, that side has to explode. It has to. Pakistan has problems. They have very serious problems. We know it, and that's why they are in this very cornered scenario. But this Punjabi bravado will continue. Bangladesh में भी हुआ था. याद है बांग्लादेश में इनका एक saying होती थी, Sada Punjabi, Sala Bengali. On that basis, they massacred 3 million people there. This mindset is something that has to be understood. They will destroy everything to stay in power, and that is what has happened. That is why Munir has actually triggered off this whole thing. I can't hear you. You've gone.
Sorry, I muted myself by mistake. I want to play out reactions that have come in from the United States of America in Washington just moments ago from the State Department. Take a look.
You're called for the end of any support to terrorist groups. I mean, is it the view of the United States, along with what India says, that Pakistan is supporting terrorist groups?
Well, obviously, in today's world, that's a call that we've been making for decades. It is the dynamic that we've seen in the Middle East disrupting lives, and clearly what happened in Kashmir is awful, and we've all, of course, we send our condolences. The world has rejected the nature of that kind of violence overall, of course, and certainly the President has and continues to. But at this moment in time, There's like one thing that has to stop, which is a back and forth and a continuation of this. And that is what we're focused on right now.
And we say stop the period called for.
Marco Rubio. This morning, Secretary Rubio spoke with Pakistani Prime Minister Sharif and Indian External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar. In both calls, the Secretary emphasized the need for immediate de-escalation and called for an end to the violence. He expressed U.S. support for direct dialogue between India and Pakistan and encouraged continued efforts to improve communications. Today also marks the 80th anniversary of Victory Day for World War II. As President Trump said in his proclamation marking the day, quote, "We celebrate the unmatched might, strength, and power of the American Armed Forces, and we commit to protecting." Marco Rubio. This morning, Secretary Rubio spoke with Pakistani Prime Minister Sharif and Indian External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar. In both calls, the Secretary emphasized the need for immediate de-escalation and called for an end to the violence. He expressed U.S. support for direct dialogue between India and Pakistan and encouraged continued efforts to improve communications. Today also marks the 80th anniversary of Victory Day for World War II. As President Trump said in his proclamation marking the day, quote, "We celebrate the unmatched might, strength, and power of the American Armed Forces, and we commit to protecting." Marco Rubio.
Let's talk a little bit about how the Americans have reacted. You know, Trump's statements have been vague, banal. We're hearing the set piece appeals for restraint from Marco Rubio, from the UN. And we haven't really spoken about China. So, Kunal, what's your take on the geopolitics?
I think Trump is giving you time. Okay. He's given you this 4, 5, 6 days. They will up the ante. It's already beginning to happen if you just go by this statement itself. Everybody has been a victim of terror, including Pakistan. They have cultivated these pit vipers and now they don't know what the hell to do with them. Even the people of Pakistan, when they say they have also been victims, they are telling the truth to a great extent because they have. So we are actually doing a favor to everybody, and I think the Americans have also realized that. And they've allowed you that little bit of rope. What we are calling these vague statements by Trump are actually, I think, you've got your 3, 4 days of 72 hours or 96 hours or whatever it is. You need to now make a very strong telling statement because, yes, the world is not going to sit and just let you carry on fighting. That much I'm quite sure of. Because as it is, the whole of, you've got Ukraine and Russia on one hand, you've got what's happening in Israel, you've got everything. I think the point has already been made by India. And what is happening tonight, how much damage we inflict is not the issue. It is the demonstration that we can actually inflict much more if we have to. And we are still being very restrained. So I'm not really, I'm too surprised at Trump's approach to the whole thing. And I think there's a certain method in the way he's going about it. As far as China is concerned, China has always backed Pakistan, but they have never actually intervened. In 65, they didn't intervene. In 71, they didn't intervene. For them, Pakistan is a cat's paw.
But sir, JF-17 Thunder is a Chinese gift to Pakistan, and now J-10 that China has given to Pakistan. If that is not a direct help, Pakistan is in no position to make a fourth generation or 4.5 generation fighter jet. They have got J-10 now. Now that takes it to a different level of help and support. Even in F-16, there is an agreement that if you fire, you can only fire in self-defense, but no such thing applies to a Chinese equipment like a JF-17 Thunder or a J-10.
But of course, China is doing this. Pakistan has always been China's cat's paw. And why would China fight us directly when they've got Pakistan who's willing to put their own head and go and they act as a mercenary army? In fact, I think they're going to some extent, they're also trying to do that in Bangladesh as well and try and create a second paw for themselves. So we've got to be very careful about how things go. But I think, to come back to Barkha's question and looking at this American statement, I think we've got 24 hours, 48 hours to try and do what we can. And we make our statement. We have put intent on the table. I mean, till now we've been a timid, scared, dhoti-wala nation as far as, the way Ayub Khan described us. They use the word buzdil about us all the time. And, frankly, a lot of things we did fitted into that category. I think that has now been set aside. And you made your point. Ab dekho kya hota hai.
I have a question though. Why do you feel it's a 24 to 48-hour window? Because clearly then you are not seeing this as a kind of limited war scenario. Kargil went on for a few months, but Kargil was very different because the Pakistanis were sitting in our territory. This you are saying that both to India and Pakistan, the world won't allow it to go further. How will this stop us?
No, I'm giving you both perspectives. I mean, I said earlier that you also have to see it as a long-term fight, for which your approach has to be different. But if this is the case, and what are the indications from what you're hearing on the statements, and what I think the world is going to do, if they're going to do anything, they're going to do it immediately, because of the nuclear aspect, which is always there, hanging on everybody's head. So if that has to be brought into play, then you've got that 48 hours window or 24 hours window or whatever it is. Kar lo jo karna hai, uske baad dekhi jayegi. But the other side of the coin is that this can drag on. We could be discussing this 1 year from now, and maybe it's the same scenario. You don't know.
Yeah. So while we're waiting a little bit for the situation to evolve, because there's a fog of war moment, and there's so much information coming, and we don't know what is true and what is not. For example, the Baluch handles are tweeting that there have been a series of attacks on Pakistani forces in Quetta. Some are reporting that Quetta has fallen. Pakistani forces Frontier Corps headquarters targeted by armed persons. Several blasts followed by gunfire. So there's all of this happening. Could we please requesting my producers to look for the videos of this? In the meantime, let's play out for you some of the images of what Jammu has gone through in particular earlier this evening, coming under missile and drone attacks from Pakistan that was successfully intercepted by the Indian air defense system. Take a look. Play these images. I don't know.
नहीं हो रही है
इंटरसेप्ट कर रहे हो ऊपर ना भाई ये जो रेड आप देख रहे हो ना ये हमारे डिफेंस के है तो आप देख रहे हो कितने सारे जा रहे हैं ये मेन हमारी छन्नी सिटी है जम्मू मेन में हो रहा है ये वो देखो फुल स्केल वॉर है भाई ये फुल स्केल वॉर लाइट अभी बंद हो रही है भाई पाकिस्तान इंडियन आर्मी को पूरा सपोर्ट है पूरा खत्म कर दो सालों को लाइट्स बंद हो गई देखो साइड
So, Kunal, yeah.
I'm laughing for a different reason. By the way, my dad commanded the Jammu division. He was the GOC of 26 Div, as was Sam Manekshaw, as was various other people. So we've lived there, in fact, very close to the airfield. It was one of the finest houses there, the GOCs. But another point, Barkha, I think, you and I, we actually saw the evolution of the artillery coming into its own in the Kargil war. I think the air defense boys today have proved themselves. They were always a part of the RT earlier. And this has been a separate corps. And from what one has seen, well, full salute to them. They have done a fantastic job. They continue to do so. And I think today that corps has really come of age.
Absolutely, absolutely. I want to, Jafar, what is the news we're getting from the line of control? I know that there was heavy shelling in North Mehra. What are we hearing?
I've been told that we're talking about Nowshera. There's been a drone attack in Nowshera also. Now, Nowshera uh, is ahead of Akhnur in the Rajouri district, bordering the Poonch district. And I'm told that uh, a projectile has been shot down in Nowshera also. So we're seeing Nowshera on the ground. There is ceasefire violation because it's the line of control. Now that ceasefire violation is not just limited to small arms. This artillery fire that used and long range mortars that are being fired, and every day we see that escalation going up, not just in Poonch but in Uri and all those. It's like from small arms to artillery to long range shelling. That's all happening in the line of control. That's been happening for last 13 days, and that's the pattern that's being followed today as well. So ceasefire violations happening at the line of control in Uri, in the Kupwara sector, and in Poonch, and in Rajouri. And as we were talking earlier, this simultaneous launch of drones and rockets from Pakistan in the same areas, not in the Kashmir Valley zone, but in the Jammu region, particularly Jammu city, Jammu airport, and ahead of Jammu in Akhnur, in Udhampur, in Nowshera. So we're seeing synchronized sort of a attack from Pakistan on the ground using the artillery, and in the air using firing with those rockets and drones.
Right. Kunal, what are we expecting in the next 24 to 48 hours, the windows you spoke about? If you had to think of this through the lens of strategy, tactics, what would India be focused on right now?
Try and knock off as many of the air defense systems as possible, and demonstrate the fact that we can get you at home. Well, like the like everybody likes saying, Modi ji says मैं घर के अंदर आके मारूंगा, तो करो, घर के अंदर जाके ठोको इनको, क्योंकि they've asked for it. Frankly speaking, who the hell are they fighting for? They're fighting to defend terrorists. Yeah, the people whom we have fired at on the first day are known terrorist camps. So what is Pakistan doing? I mean, they're giving them gun salutes, they're wrapping them up in Pakistani flags and everything. So now you have your opportunity. Now you go for them. In fact, Pakistan has given you a opportunity. Had I been they had created a lot of propaganda around these 5 aircraft having been shot and this, that, and the other for their own public, for their own private domestic. They could have used that as a this thing. We've got, वो बोलते रहते, prove it. This don't, after all what happened in Balakot and Abhinandan, the whole debate went on and on. Even people who should have known better were asking questions in our own parliament and all that. So Pakistan had a escape hatch, but then Pakistan army is a different animal. So, and they have reacted differently. I think even their political parties, if you were listening to their statements carefully, which I'm sure you were, they had said so that we have struck down, we have fought back, we've knocked down a few aircraft. It's only going to get worse.
Yes, you would have noticed that Shehbaz Sharif's speech in the National Assembly was a bit toned down, and in the same day, after a couple of hours, he gave a televised speech, which was different than the one that he gave in the National Assembly. So you're right that perhaps they want to tone down the political parties, but they are also under pressure, and that's precisely the reason he could have given that speech in the National Assembly, but he didn't give that speech in the National Assembly where he said that we will respond and will respond aggressively. That was a separate speech. In the National Assembly, it was a very different speech.
Yeah. Zafar, I want to ask you a question. You're saying Nowshera has been targeted. What about Rajouri itself? Rajouri,
Rajouri, for some reason, Rajouri has not been targeted. And now today, Nowshera, of course, these drone strikes. But ceasefire, as far as ceasefire violations are concerned, it is Poonch which has got the pounding. Now, I have been covering these ceasefire violations all my life. Now, what used to happen when these ceasefire violations take place in Poonch, they would generally happen in the remote areas of Poonch, closer to the line of control. This time, they changed that pattern. They did not fire at positions close to the line of control in the remote areas of Poonch, but they specifically targeted Poonch city, Poonch town. Now, Poonch town is also very close to the line of control, but generally they would not target the Poonch town, the populated urban Poonch town. This time they have not targeted the remote locations, bunkers and positions and civilian areas right at the fence. They have changed their strategy. They have targeted the Poonch town. So what would happen? Generally, people from remote areas would quickly go to Poonch town to save themselves. And they would have done this time the same thing. But when they came to Poonch town, that's why you see so many casualties. These people have been killed in the Poonch city, and that's why the Poonch city is empty today. The doors are locked, people have moved out. So probably the areas which are closer to the line of control are safer than Poonch city itself.
That's very interesting. Yeah.
Okay, I want to read out. Sorry, go ahead, Kunal. Go ahead.
Poonch was a natural target because it's a bowl, they've got you kind of hemmed in there. So
Yeah,
they will always come at you first over there.
Yeah.
Okay, just time for a couple of last comments. I'll just read out what the Americans have said, and then I want to read out what our ambassador to America has said on CNN. So the U.S. State Department spokesperson says there's some discussion that Pakistan wants a quote-unquote independent investigation as to what happened regarding the terrorist attack. We want the perpetrators to be held accountable. We're supportive of any effort to that end. We continue to urge India and Pakistan to work towards a responsible solution. We also want to say that what matters in the particular instance right now is the phone calls are happening and we are remaining engaged. We will not engage in the nature of discussing what the conversations have been or what we've conveyed. Also, security has been heightened around India Gate in our capital in view of Pakistan's failed attempt to attack locations along the western border. These are two big news developments. Kunal, it's more to come in on both of them.
Come again? Sorry, I didn't catch that last bit.
I do respond to these developments, the American and the heightened security around India Gate.
Yeah, Delhi is always, that's going to be the eventual target. If they can get even one missile across or any projectile into Delhi, they'll give them a tremendous moral. I think Bombay and Delhi are our two things that we have to defend at all costs. In any case, we have to defend everything at all costs. But these two are the two most vulnerable. And the feeling of deja vu in this whole thing, because India Gate also, my dad did the NDC course, and I used to put my feet up on the railing and could look at India Gate down from there. And in Jammu, I have the same kind of emotional attachment to the place. I just feel that this is all along, let's see what happens. I think whatever the outcome of this is, I think India should declare the Pakistani army chief as a war criminal. ये तो आपको कर देना ही चाहिए. We should say, because he has instigated this whole attack, and let these inquiries and all happen, but then brand him as a war criminal. The blood of those 26 people and the 14 who've been killed in Pujk and whoever else has been killed is on his hands, and including the blood of the people who died on the Pakistani side. Including the bloody terrorists, because they are the guys. These guys have been propping up here. ये हमको क्या बोल रहे हैं?
Just a last comment from you, Kunal. The Indian ambassador to America, when asked on CNN, "Are you at war with Pakistan?" said, "We're at war with terrorists." So, just a last thought before we wrap up.
We have always been at war with terrorism. We've never, whether it's 47, 48, as I earlier said when I started talking to you this evening, the Lashkars coming in, what the hell was it? It was nothing but terrorism. What did they do in Baramulla? They raped, they killed, they plumaged, they did whatever. They picked up the women, they went away. 65, they've done it. I was having dinner with my wife in TRC, very close to the TRC when the first bomb went off in 89. I remember the whole place shook. Optopac, Zia-ul Haq has actually publicly, there's nothing hidden about this. Yeah, they bleed India by 1,000 cuts. After Optopac has been carried forward by Musharraf, it's been carried forward by Kiani, it's been carried forward by all of them. This man has taken it one step further when he found that things were normalized, which I think is really kind of sick. Yeah, because here is a Pakistani general who is doing something purely for his own self-interest. It's not even in the self-interest of his country. And that is what we have to keep harping on. We have to keep harping on the history that, listen, bhaiya, ye hua hai. This is what has happened. And they're not fools, yeah. they also know whatever brainwashing has been done. Keep holding that mirror, keep holding it, because they are the only people who can overthrow their own chaps eventually. But brand him a
All
war
right.
criminal now.
Yeah, that's a thought. It's going to be a long night. A salute to the air defense system. They have a busy night ahead. A salute to our armed forces. And the 24 to 48 hours coming are going to be tense for this country. But yes, we have shown a resolve to get to the roots of terrorism. And this is the price that you pay when you fight a war, proxy or otherwise. Thank you, Kunal. I appreciate your time in this time of the night. And to our audience, thank you. We'll continue our coverage. If something should happen, we'll be back on. So do keep watching the total story. And we continue now with the images of the firing from missiles and drones with Pakistanis attempted with intercepted for it successfully by the Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
It's great to see you here. Thank you for watching our work. If you haven't subscribed yet, don't forget to click the bell icon and subscribe.